Councillors and ladies and gentlemen, it's now 4:30. When we're ready for councillors, thank you. Welcome everybody tonight. And I said before to some people, it's good to see in our democratic society that you're happy to hear your voice heard. May I first acknowledge the traditional owners of the land on which we meet today. I humbly pay my respects to the people of the Wiradjuri and Ngunnawal nations, their past, present and emerging elders. And this is for everybody. If you are asked to evacuate, the emergency procedure is to exit via the door leading out of the building directly outside the council chambers and proceed to the footpath opposite the council chambers and await further instructions. Live streaming, recording and publishing of council meetings. This council meeting is being streamed live, recorded and published in accordance with council's live meeting in council meetings policy. To those present in the gallery today, by attending a public meeting of the council, you are consenting to your image, voice and comments being recorded and published. Anyone who is invited to speak will be recorded and their voice, image and comments will form part of the live stream and recording. The Chair and or the General Manager have the discretion and authority at any time to direct the termination or interruption of live streaming. Such direction will only be given in exceptional circumstances where deemed relevant. Circumstances may include instances where the content of debate is considered misleading, defamatory or potentially inappropriate to be published. Attendees are advised that they may be subject to legal action if their actions result in inappropriate and or unacceptable behaviour and or comments. Now this afternoon, we do have a large public forum here and we do actually have 3 speakers in our public forum. 4. Oh, pardon me, we do have 4. Speaking, Mr. Tony Wallace, Mrs. Wendy Silk, Mr. Steve Brill and Mr. Craig Filmer. I just remind all speakers that you have 5 minutes to speak and that is whether you speak on 1, 2, 3 or 4 or 3. You can speak on 3. Any 3 motions. So you only have 5 minutes to speak. The first speaker I'll invite to the podium, Mr. Tony Wallace. For the motion, item 14.1, 23.310, council not apply for special rate variation for year 2024, 2025, and also for the motion and against the motion, item 12.2, 23.289, proposed special rate variation scenarios for community consultation. Thank you, Mr. Wallace. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, councillors, ladies and gentlemen. As a councillor and later Deputy Mayor on both Youngshire Council and Hilltops Council over a period of 9 years until December 21, I have some knowledge of council's finances and the need or otherwise for a special rate variation. When council amalgamation was first mooted, I was a supporter for the sole reason that I could see some large efficiencies could be created, which would lead to better value for ratepayers. Unfortunately, that has not been the case, largely because people weren't in place who had the knowledge and expertise to effect the change. After years of querying council staff relentlessly on financial matters and not getting any or simply perfunctory answers, the council financial position is now at least clear. The way to resolve it, however, is one that will require some considered and fiscally conservative decision-making. In the broader context, Australian governments at all levels are collecting record amounts of tax, record in aggregate and as a proportion of GDP. Yet governments cry out that they need more. The avaricious need for more and more government spending knows no bounds. In 1992, total government revenues were $7,700 per person, and by 2021 they were $31,600, which is greater than a 4-fold increase. As part of this increase, Hilltops Council, just like other levels of government, is suffering from fiscal ill-discipline rather than any revenue insufficiency. The fiscal slide at Council is the result of poor management. At the extreme end, that management has resulted simply in waste on a grand scale. Some examples from my time on Hilltops Council include: one, up to the point of amalgamation, Young Shire Council have been pursuing a class action, along with other councils, for funds that had been allegedly misappropriated. Council was due to receive compensation of over $200,000, but the letter advising of this was purportedly lost, and Council never received the money it was entitled to and was received by other councils. Number two, Council staff authorised the contribution of $300,000 of Council money in a grant application without the approval of Council. Number three, the young swimming pool development was estimated to cost $2 million by consultants retained and paid for by Council. This project ended up costing over $5 million. Number four, in a commercial development on the western side of Young, councillors endeavoured to make roadworks cost neutral for Council and were assured by staff that they would be. This ended up costing $350,000. Number five, two senior staff who had contracts terminated had not been signed up by the then General Manager to proper performance agreements and ended up costing Council in excess of $100,000 each. These are just some of the examples of my time on Council. I think the most relevant and prescient example at the moment is this process of consultation. We've gone through 20 public meetings, 4 meetings of a committee which no one knows anything about, and the only new information that's about to come is that the figure is about 80% over 4 years, the increase. And yet we're going to have another round of consultation. The waste in excess is incredible. I imagine these examples of waste are just the tip of the iceberg. There may be many more. My aforementioned desire for efficiencies has most obviously failed in the area of staffing. As at May 2016, I perceived that staff numbers could be reduced by maybe 10% from the then figure of 229. Under that scenario, Council could have saved the cost of between 40 and 70 jobs for the last 7.5 years, which, using the current per capita cost from this year's annual report, would amount to savings of between $3.25 and $5.7 million per annum. This is really the crux of Council's problem when one considers staffing ratios at other comparable councils. Other Group 11 councils, Nambucca and Yass, already have lower rates than Hilltops, but our staffing ratio is over 33% higher than Yass and double that of Nambucca.
You have 1 minute left. Thank you.
The reason for our fiscal hole is pretty obvious. There is no need to reduce staffing numbers on that scale, as the outgoings for materials will also drop accordingly. The consultation for the SRV thus far has included the reference group I alluded to earlier, made up of people not disclosed publicly and therefore not able to be contacted by community members. The group was made up of 1/3 rural ratepayers, and yet those people pay over half of Council rate income. Nevertheless, the group made some highly valid points as follows. The premise for an SRV is reduced grant funding, but there is no evidence to justify this. Funding expenses through increased rates is an easier way to raise revenue than grant funding, as it is untied and guaranteed. Once an SRV is in place, there is less incentive to seek grants, and the outcomes become a self-fulfilling prophecy. By Council having to continue to generate grants and income and increase discipline...
Councillor, ex-councillor. Thank you, ex-councillor Wallace.
Any questions from Madam Mayor?
Oh, I've got a question for Councillor Tony. Mr. Wallace, you were just starting to refer to the grant scenario. Could you just, is there a quick point what you're saying there, please?
Yeah, I think Council having to continue to generate grants income and increased discipline will be placed on costs and performance. The impact an SRV would have on rural ratepayers is immense. Farmers are the minority of ratepayers, and yet they pay the majority of rates exceeding all other classes combined. Farm commodity prices are now less than half of what they were 12 months ago, and as such, farm incomes are less than half. Imagine Council staff being told their income was to be less than half, but one of their major costs was to be more than double over the next 3 to 4 years. The notion that farmers can afford the projected increase is absurd, and the proposal as it relates to rural ratepayers is unconscionable. In comparison with other councils of a similar size, Hilltops Council rates are about on a median level. If, however, Council adopts the SRV option, in 4 years' time, Hilltops rates would be average $1,450, and other councils in the group would range from $600 to $1,200. We would be an absolute outlier, with rates 20% higher than any other council and 2.5 times greater than the lowest. We would not only be a laughing stock, but it would also act as a significant disincentive to the growth of the area. It may, in fact, lead to a wave of rate default and an exodus from the area, leading to fewer people to actually pay rates. I'm just about to finish, Madam Mayor. I urge councillors to listen to the community that is here, that has been represented in the consultation, and listen to the ones that elected them and act decisively by supporting this motion and rejecting an SRV.
Thank you, Mr. Wallace. Next up, Mrs. Wendy Silk, speaking for the motion. Wendy, you have 5 minutes.
I won't take 5 minutes, I promise. Thank you, Madam Mayor, councillors, ladies and gents. Mine is more of an emotive speech, I guess, compared to Tony. My name's Wendy Silk and I'm here to speak against the introduction of a special rates variation. From what I'm reading with regards to this SRV, the overwhelming majority of residents have indicated they are not in favour of any increases. The cost of living crisis we are facing is completely overwhelming for people, and we are hearing it every day in our business in conversations with customers. The cost of living is a result of increased fuel prices, increased transport costs, increased electricity and gas prices, increased food prices, increased childcare, increased rent costs, and in fact a rental crisis. Another interest rate rise was again took effect at the beginning of November, taking interest rates to the highest they have been in 12 years. And these are the things that affect your community households. With a massive increase of up to 100% over the 3 to 4 years, it will see rates, private business and farming more than double in our region, and surely that is not sustainable for people on their private properties, including those with large land holdings and those with commercial buildings in town. Just doing the math on my own small acreage and receiving no additional services is enough. But to think of those on fixed incomes like pensioners and single parent families, or those who rent, will surely see bigger rent rises to cover their landlord's rate rises, and that's inconceivable. This would also be true of those smaller businesses in town that rent their shops and will, if this special rate variation goes through, again, inevitably see that their increases are passed on by their landlords. Some of them will be driven out of business. The impact of this massive SRV will have lasting negative effects on our community. Families who are already struggling to make ends meet, and in a cost of living crisis where already our charities are seeing increasing demand, I implore you, councillors, to listen to your people and to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy. The third speaker for the motion is Mr. Steve Brill.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, councillors and residents. For those that don't know me, Steve Brill, I'm a ratepayer. I've got a residential development in the wings. Has been for 14 years, I will admit, but that's probably not a lot to do with council. A business owner, also with another development application in play, and hopefully that one's sort of in the wind and should get through shortly. A concerned citizen who's also been involved with Young Shire and the Hilltops Council as a sports advisory committee, and more recently the Young Development Committee. I was one of those hidden few that were on the special rate review committee, and did conduct 3 workshops with the Hilltops Council staff, which did enlighten us to the workings of council, but I'm not totally sure it was all the workings given the short period of time we're there. That said, during these workshops and with my business understanding, I do not feel there was a compelling evidence for the Hilltops Council to apply for a special rate variation with IPART. The financial figures presented showed that an operating result before grants in each of the 8 years presented in the red. Yeah, that's concerning. Ranging from 1.8 to minus 13.1 million. However, over that same 8-year period, the final result, including grants, showed predominantly positive figures, ranging from minus 2.5 to plus 36.5, with the last 4 years of those being plus 9.2 or better. To me, this indicates the benefits and the frequency with which grants are available to assist council in funding. Whilst I appreciate some of these grants will be tied to fixed projects, some of these projects will allow council expenses to be put against those projects. The narrative put forward during our workshop, and I quote, was the deficit is covered by capital and operating grants from the state government. This is unreliable and unsustainable source of funding. Given the 8 years of figures we were presented with, the grant funding has been significant and extremely valuable to the ratepayers of Hilltops Council. Whilst I appreciate it's very difficult to budget and reliably predict the grant funding that is available, the figures indicate Hilltops Council has been a beneficiary of those grants. So why not into the future? The $6 million deficit that's been on average for the last couple of years, in my mind, is a small proportion of the $20 million depreciation that council has to allocate in expenses each year. And as you're all aware, depreciation is an expense to provide for capital in the future to replace assets. Depreciation is not a cash item in the profit and loss, so there is no extra cash needed to be found by council to run the operations of council. In business, this would be a relatively handy position to be in if the final year-end result, was negative only occasionally, which has been the case with the Hilltops Council over the last 8 years. Once again, in business, the funding of depreciation has to be via operating income and occasional income from non-operating sources. From my time on this SRV group, it's been very apparent that council has a very difficult and complex way with depreciation is accounted for and can be funded, which complicates these discussions. And appreciate that's makes it difficult. However, we have seen over these 8-year periods that grant plays a significant role in ensuring this funding is covered. An SRV or a special rate variation and an increase in rates to the Hilltops Council be imposed when the community is seeing rising living costs and the level of service from council where the community is not entirely happy. I believe other options with council.
1 minute.
I believe the other options within council need to be considered and probably are, which will in turn affect the residents of Hilltop and probably their back pocket. Thank you.
Can I have you back to ask you a question, or you could answer from there? When you were out in the community representing the council, did you think that you got all the information that you needed to go out and talk to them about it?
I'm quite sure that I didn't get all the information, but I mean, we were only the Hilltop staff that were at those meetings did provide a lot of information based on the questions that were presented to the management, and so we did receive quite a lot of information. But I mean, there's always going to be implications that we're unaware of.
Can you, off the top of your head, name probably 2 things that you would have liked extra, or even 1?
My understanding of the implications of not meeting the profit level for council would have been the one, and I can't remember that being addressed at any time during the meeting.
Okay, thank you. If there's no more, I will move on now to Mr. Craig Filmer, who is speaking against the motion. This is late report item 1222 23 309, application to modify development consent at 5 Park Avenue.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I feel like I'm bringing the mood down, talking about a different topic. There's a modification in front of you, a late report for 5 Park Avenue. The modification is on 3 key conditions. E5, fencing, staff have recommended approval, so south of the dwelling, we're not talking about that. E11, road name and numbering. Staff have deferred this matter as it appears it may be too hard to make a logical decision. We petitioned for 1, 3 and 5 Lovell Street, as the Crown and Historic plans indicate. At the very least, please let's call it 2A, B, C Calabash, but logically and towards 4, 6 and 8, not opposite. But most critically, B3, curb, gutter, shoulder widen and footpath. Firstly, Council needs to be aware the policy document, the Development Control Plan, was written as a performance-based document. It was not a prescriptive rules document. It was an if the situation warrants, then let's give a measured response-based policy document. When my team built this policy, the Council of the day wanted a responsive, accessible and relatable policy environment to afford good outcomes, not a one-size-fits-all. It's since been mangled by subsequent planning teams and resold as a prescriptive DCP structure with the right-hand column only the way to achieve compliance, not one of the ways to achieve compliance. If you'd been to Upper Lovell Street or Upper Calabash Street, as you may want to call it, no doubt you would be the only car there. It's a quiet, isolated end of the CBD, locked into the back of the rail bridge off Lovell to Whiteman. Low traffic volume, only a few residents using it as a circuit almost with Junction Street. A thin street, no curb and gutter, older settled houses prevail. Best outcome for my clients is to leave the street the way it is, keep it low key. They built a couple of two-bed villa styles near the CBD and it remains a quiet little end of the CBD. Worst outcome, this development consent. If you turn to the second last page of the report, and which is the second last page of my submission, there's an older photo with a front fence. This is the boundary line at the property. To achieve the conditions 3% lateral slope, 3% crossfall to give effect to curb, gutter and footpath, all of that land forward of the fence would need to come away and a retaining wall be provided. 30 plus truckloads of soil, removal of street trees and a retaining wall up to 1200 high put in place to achieve Council's aims. All for what reason? So that we can tick compliance with a broken policy, now modified from an adaptive policy tool to this prescriptive rulebook. Consistency merely for consistency's sake with a broken rulebook is not necessarily a good outcome. There is no footpath identified in this street in Council's pedestrian access mobility plan. Why would there be? I can lob a tennis ball from the farthest block to an existing CBD footpath across a quiet street. There is no curb and gutter in this street, either side. And were this development not to proceed, nor would there be for another 50 years or so. So why now? Also, there is no nexus at any planning law that would compel the developer to curb and gutter the closed Park Avenue frontage, yet staff have not deleted this note on our request. Condition 3BA note must be deleted, despite assurances from staff. As a note, it would not apply anyway. If so, delete it. My clients are not unreasonable people. We have together workshopped the proposal since they bought the property from the original proponent. Curb and gutter, shoulder cell and a restorative behind curb work may be reasonable for their frontage only. A footpath and extended level verge to accommodate same is we consider a bridge too far, where we lose street trees, tons of dirt and need retaining wall. The development probably would not work fiscally if that was the case. So in summary, delete in B3 the note at A, delete D and G, amend E11 to 135 Lovell, or if so fit, to ABC Calabash, the opposite and logical way to the way the development consent is framed. Adopt E5 per the recommendation. And if permissible, I'm happy to take questions during debate as may be permitted by the Mayor or meeting rules.
Can I just ask, what were those recommendations that you had right at the end? So B3A, the note, BD.
Involved.
Thank you. We'll go back to the procedure, and the next is for the statement of ethical obligations. And this evening, Councillor Joe Mackey will read them to us.
The statement of ethical obligations. Councillors are reminded that they will undertake the duties of the office of councillor in the best interests of the people of Hilltops local government area and the Hilltops Council, and that they will faithfully and impartially carry out functions, powers, authorities and discretions vested in them under the Local Government Act 1993 or any other act to the best of their ability and judgment as per their oath or affirmation of office made under Section 233A of the Local Government Act 1993.
Thank you.
I'm sure we'll all be voting against the rate rise for to act in the best interest of ratepayers.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Flannery. Yes, no, it is a point of order. It is. Thank you. And you know that perfectly well. All right. There's nothing for attendance, apologies and applications. So let's move on to sympathy expressions. And I'd ask everybody if you would be upstanding for a minute's silence to express our sympathy on the passing of Charlie Nelson, Arthur Snedden, Lynette Close, Harold Kurtz, Janelle Daniels, Noel Brennan, Gary Martin, Mary Davis, Joan Spackman, Douglas Hawkins, Murray Holland, Andrew Debnam, and Rodney McClements. Thank you, everybody. Now, we're up to confirmation of minutes, and that's 6/1/23, 285, confirmation minutes, Hilltops Council ordinary meeting.
So moved.
October.
Second.
Thank you. Councillor Stanmill, Councillor Armstrong, all those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you, councillors. Number 7, disclosure of interests. Are there any disclosure of interests this evening?
Yeah.
Thank you. There isn't a mayoral minute. We're down to mayoral reports, and in the paper, there's a report on where the mayor has been out and about over the last month. And if you look on the council website, you'll be able to access that. I'll move on to councillor reports. Oh, yes, pardon me. A mover and seconder. Thank you, Councillor Foreman and Councillor Fitzgerald. Those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you, everybody. We'll move on to councillor reports. The recommendation that council received in that reports. I'll go around and ask people if they have anything more to add. Councillor Ingram.
Meetings as minute, Madam Mayor, and I suppose numerous would be the word. Meetings with constituents in your community with concerns about an item on tonight's agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Foreman.
Meetings as minuted. I'd also like to note the meeting with constituents and emails and all things answered by, I'm sure, many in the room, and would like that noted. Thank you.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
Yeah, meetings as minuted, plus similar situation to councillors Ingram and Foreman.
Thank you. Councillor Mackey.
Meetings as minuted, except for the 20th of November, I did not get to the BOOROWA show meeting. And then I apologise for some of the emails I didn't respond to, but they sort of became very numerous and overwhelming by the end of today.
Thank you. Councillor Flannery.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Meetings as minuted. The council workshop with the SRV group and numerous discussions with residents regarding the SRV.
Thank you. Councillor Stedman.
Meetings as minuted. Pardon me. I went to the local government conference, which was a pretty good example of a waste of time. That yet again, I think we got through about 90 motions out of a possible 180 in the first day. Too much talking by state government representatives, not enough motions being moved. I haven't got through the huge amount of emails that have come into my inbox as well on the council iPad, and I'll endeavour to get to those. So if there's anyone in the room that I haven't responded to, I'll do that likely tomorrow morning or very late tonight, depending on how long this goes. Thank you.
And thank you. And Councillor Houston.
Yeah, meeting at Wombat Read, informal meeting at the SRB, and various other phone calls regarding that matter. The mosque open day, the ordinary meeting.
Thank you. Councillor Houston. Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Engagements as listed in the paper. I have responded to in excess of 200 emails with my council email address and private email address. I have lost count of telephone calls. I thank each and every person for their contributions. I value them and I will consider them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Armstrong. Councillor Piper.
As printed, except for yesterday morning at 7:30, I went to a council meeting at BOOROWA.
Thank you. And Councillor Dodd.
As listed in the agenda, I also went to the local government conference, and I would just like to note that one of the things that was said was how the association, the Local Government New South Wales Association, and also the Australian Local Government Association are advocating on councils everywhere behalf about the lack of funding and the difficulty that so many councils are in. And it's good to know that actually it's happening at that higher level, that we are being heard, and hopefully in the long run that might make a difference to our financial assistance grants. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dodd. Moving on, we have a community recognition scheme. Oh, mover and seconder, pardon me. Mover, Councillor Dodd, seconder, Councillor Mackie, those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you, everybody. And now we'll get back to the community recognition scheme. If nobody has any, I've been to a number of centenaries this week, one for the CWA, one for Mercy, 100 years of work in Young and the surrounds, and also one for a Miss Pat Gurney, who was a businesswoman in Young for over 40 years and added significantly, I think, to the business world and tone of especially the young community. So they're the three that I would like recognised. And certainly reaching a centenary of any sort is a special occasion. Do I have a mover? Councillor Foreman, seconded Councillor Armstrong. Those in favour? Thank you. Right, before we go any further, we have three late reports, one in the general meeting and two in the confidential. Councillors have them before. Thank you, Councillor Ingram, and seconder. Thank you, Councillor Stadmiller. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. Tonight, also considering the interest in the community in notice of motion, which is down as 14.1, I think it is, 2310. I propose that we bring it forward tonight.
I'll second that as is procedure. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Ingram. So all those in favour? Unanimous. All right. The notice of motion, Councillor Ingram, it is your motion. So if you'd like to present it.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And that notice of motion is that Hilltops Council not apply to IPART for consent to seek a special rate variation for the year 2024-2025. Just before I do start, I'd also like to make mention of all the people who took time to contact councillors and staff via emails. I haven't returned emails because I think the people sending emails to me were aware of my situation, my stance in this matter, seeing that I think I kicked it off with a social media post on Friday night about 9 o'clock. I listed some items after the motion to go in the paper as to why I don't think we should be looking at a special rate variation. Rising cost of living, rising interest rates, falling commodity prices, community response, and the need for council to look internally. Now, we had 3 speakers who spoke very well on nearly all those matters, and the community as a whole are saying it. And I've spoken to people who normally wouldn't be too affected by the ups and downs, a bit of inflation, but even they are telling me now that things are starting to tighten up. And as a businessman myself, I too have noticed a significant rise in my costs. Well, what do? Well, in private enterprise, I've got to look at making my business more financially viable for my customers and myself. Little things that I can do in the sharing contracting game, making sure vehicles are full of workers, not 3 or 4 vehicles going to a shed costing more money. Placing staff where they're best suited, whether it be crutching or shearing. Little things, but little things that'll add up. And then, being a private enterprise, it's a matter of maybe me getting more hands-on with my business a bit more often. And then at the end of the day, being the director of the business, I take a pay cut. Now, that's not reflective to local government. It's different as private enterprise. But the point I'm trying to make is that I'm going to try a number of strategies before I have to raise the cost of my clients. Interest rates. The honeymoon is over. We're all aware of that. 0 and low interest rates won't be seen again for a long, long time. I'm fortunate again at my stage of life that I haven't got a $500,000 mortgage, but I know some young people who have, and not so young people who also have. And believe me, when they speak to you with the emotion they speak to with me, it's frightening. There's not just a financial consideration, there's a mental welfare consideration. Something that I don't want to be part of. Ever. We had Tony Wallace speak on farming and the falling commodity prices. And wow, have they fallen all right? I think everyone in our rural area would be aware of it. Sheep and lambs are under 50% of what they were last year and the year before. Older stock are worse. Stock that were worth $150 last year, you'd be lucky to get 40 for them now. And that's only if they're in really good order. So yeah, they're taking a significant hit on the farmland. Wool. Wool's also down. Crossbred wool is that low now that it doesn't go anywhere near to cover the cost of shearing, and being a shearing contractor, that's not so good neither. But I digress. The cattle market is no better with a dramatic fall in value. These current circumstances will have a significant effect on our local economy. The old saying about when the farmer's got money, we've all got money, rings very, very true. Just ask some of the car dealerships around town and the businesses up the main street. I'm pretty sure they'll be able to set you straight on that. And to top this all off, from all reports of the impending dry period that is predicted, which will only compound the issues I've mentioned above. Another point to remember is, it was touched on earlier. Remember, these farmers, they don't pay $700 or $800 in general rates. They pay tens and tens of thousands of dollars. You double that up, it's a big number. And then take into fact their income is less than half of what it was. The next thing I had there was the community response. Well, the community response nearly speaks for itself, all right? The community meetings that were attended, and the dots all on the wall, and 71% were no or don't think so. Now, that's pretty compelling. The SRV Special Committee, there was difference of opinions there, and given that they received what I would call a flighted stance on the SRV, that's to be understood. And I'd like to thank those people who took the time and effort to be on that committee, whether they were asked by council or whether they volunteered. And community input is vital. Then I look to council internally. We need, as an organisation, to become more efficient. Our fiscal management isn't where it should be, and that's obvious by the financial results. We need to try and do more work internally, cut down our costs on consultants, which currently is enormous. It's all about, I suppose, living within our means. We need to look at funding provided to areas that may have some social benefit, but do not return a dollar to council's coffers. The time has come for council to be responsible with the public finances, and it's not just our local government area. I understand that, but we need to strive to be better with how we handle the public's money before we seek an 80% SRV, especially in today's conditions. So, councillors, I would ask that you support me in my notice of motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ingram.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to second the motion, but I'd also like to move an amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Armstrong.
My amendment would be that council not apply to IPART for consent to seek a special rate variation for the year 2024-2025, and further that, Deirdre, I'll give you the, no, we're trying to catch up with that now. And further that council A, develop the 2024-2025 budget for Hilltops Council based on the IPART general rate peg for Hilltops Council for the 2024-2025 rate year, and concurrently develop a minimum 3-year financial improvement strategy together with action plans that addresses matters including asset recycling, service catalogue scope and service level cost, and B, commences an immediate review of user pays fees and cost recovery levels for further consideration by council, and C, require documented business cases for all future revenue funded and revenue assisted capital works supported by community strategic plan linkages, detailed costings, resource requirements and delivery timing. Such business cases shall be considered by council prior to adoption of any annual budget, quarterly financial review or interim funding decision, and D, actively pursue supplemental revenue streams and internal efficiencies which are able to be accessed within the scope of council's available resources, and E, council be advised bi-monthly of the progress of efforts and achievements in relation to items A, B and D.
Right. We just,
excuse me, everyone. I'm just about to read this to the Minute Secretary, so I'll be able to see it on the screen. You probably looked at this as well. Okay, so further that council so develop the 24/25 budget for Hilltops Council based on the IPART general rate peg for Hilltops Council for the 24/25 rating year, and concurrently develop a minimum 3-year financial improvement strategy together with action plans, comma, that addresses matters including asset recycling. Yeah, great. Sorry, Councillor Armstrong, because we've got.
We're just looking at a fast way to
got about
get this up
12
for
more
everybody.
lines of
No.
All right, thank you everybody for your patience. I think we're just about there, courtesy of modern technology.
So, Councillor Armstrong, that's exactly what you've got. Thank you.
Okay.
Councillor Ingram, do you accept that amendment to your notice of motion?
Happy to accept it.
Okay, thank you. Therefore, it becomes the notice of motion becomes the motion, as written.
Right. Let's open it up. Would anybody like to speak for it?
Madam Mayor,
sorry. Yes.
We have a minute just to digest it before we start speaking.
Certainly.
Point clarification. Given
Yes.
that we've now made the amendment to motion, do I retain my right of reply now?
You can retain your right of reply to the end, or you can speak to it now.
No, I speak to it before the vote's taken, that's all.
Yes, you have your right of reply, councillor. Yes, you do. You have a right of reply.
Yep.
That's correct.
Madam Mayor, would it assist councillors if I spoke to it now?
I was just considering that actually, and
I'm happy to do that.
All right. Can everybody read and listen at the same time?
Wonderful.
Okay. Off you go, Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Firstly, I want to stress the part that at no part of this motion is attempting to negate any of the first part. That is, I do thoroughly support council not applying the IPART to seek a special rate variation. However, the community has spoken very loudly and very clearly, and their expectation is that council will sharpen its pencil, improve its financial performance. There are a number of issues that council has yet to focus on, has yet to review. Asset recycling is one of those, and there are obvious benefits with asset recycling, converting some of our build assets into liquid assets, cash. The reduction in maintenance costs, the reduction in depreciation costs are real costs that are affecting our operating statements. We've already started work in regards to the service catalogue, and I think that we've been out to the community, asked the community, we've got great community feedback. Let's use that, not throw it away. So I think that there's already some work that's been done in regards to scoping our service catalogue, because at the end of the day, our service catalogue is going to have to be modified. We better understand that we can't afford to do what we're doing the way that we've been doing it. So that's going to have to be modified. And service level costs, well, I don't believe the entire time that I've been on council, I don't believe I've ever been advised of what one service level is or what the service level cost is. How much does it cost to provide the service level that we provide? That's also an area that we've done some work. We need to do a lot more work, so we better understand our business. At the end of the day, how can we expect the community to support anything that we do that's going to cost them more if we don't understand it and we can't explain it to them? So I think that we need to understand our business better, and they're the ways, in my opinion, that we can start moving in the right direction. If we sit on our hands and do nothing, then we will achieve exactly what we do, nothing. In terms of item B, commence an immediate review of user pays fees. User pays are exactly that. User pays fees are meant to offset the cost of providing a service or a function. Now, unfortunately, we don't know whether our user pays contributions are contributing 5%, 10% or 100% of our costs there. The community deserve to know that as well. When it comes to item C, required document business cases, we have been dogged with last minute decisions that come down to millions of dollars with grant funds. We can't get our works done. We've got many millions of dollars in our works program for this current year, capital works program for this year, that tonight we're going to be asked to defer them from this year to next year. And we're only, this is November. This is a review done at the end of September. So 3 months into the year, we realise that we can't get a stack of capital works done. So what you've got to ask yourself is what's the business case for these capital works? How do they fit into our community strategic plan? Are they documented? Are they detailed costings? What are the resource requirements? And of course, when is it going to happen? Because if we don't know any of that, then I don't believe that we're adequately prepared to undertake those capital works. In terms of item D, actively pursue supplemental revenue streams and internal efficiencies, which are able to be accessed within the scope of council available resources. Or quite simply, we want to be able to do things smarter and cheaper and find alternate revenue streams to supplement those revenue streams that we're relying upon now. Because if we don't find some new ones, then I can tell you we're in dire straits. And last of all, council will be advised bi-monthly of the progress of efforts and achievements in relation to those items. Well, I actually moved a motion, notice of motion, early this year, last year rather, that related to a capital works report to be provided to council monthly. So we've got a couple of capital works reports. Haven't seen one now since April, I think. So this is something that council needs to be committed to, and it needs to make sure that it happens. So I don't think that bi-monthly reporting is an unreasonable request. It's relatively simple to provide to council. If we haven't done anything, then council will know. We have, we'll need to know what our achievements have been. So we can actually benchmark how we're going against becoming a more financially sustainable organisation. Because right now we're looking at a 10-year financial plan that's littered with massive operating deficits. Deficits almost equivalent to 100% of our rate income. Community said no. I accept that. And I think that if we don't have a plan and some direction in how we're going to work through this, we only need a 3-year plan, because at the end of the day, the state government can't tell us how much they're going to give us in 4 years' time. So realistically, it's going to be pretty hard for us to estimate it. But I think if we work in blocks of 3 years, then I think that we've got an opportunity to move ahead with it. The other thing, of course, it means that there's 12 months of this council to work with this through this plan strategy, 2 years of the next council, and 12 months of the new council to decide whether they want to continue that way or potentially go back out to the community and look for a special rate variation. But that'd be at least 3 years down the track, another council. At least we'd have given it a go. I guess I want to give it a red hot go, and I'll ask for council support to give us that opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Armstrong. Anybody else? Councillor Foreman.
I would like to move an amendment that we remove C. What? C. Require documented business cases for all future revenue added, etc., etc. Because I believe that we do that. We have our long-term financial plan, we have our revenue policies, we have it in our, what's the other one? The action one. We already do reports on that.
Amendment. You have a second.
Is there a seconder for that amendment to remove C? I'll get that.
Councillor Fitzgerald. Thank you.
Now we'll be able to see business plans already.
No, I believe we. And I do believe that.
Yes, I think this is the speaker for. All right.
Yes, and I am speaking for the whole motion of to not support the SRV. Oh, sorry, I'm not saying that.
We're talking about your amendment at the moment.
Oh, sorry.
I guess I took the talk
to the whole.
On the amendment.
I think.
So your amendment, Councillor Foreman, is the amendment to the motion as it stands. The notice of motion as it stands is what is there from A through to E,
okay,
as moved by Councillor Ingram and seconded by Councillor Armstrong, and that was adopted as the motion.
Okay.
Your amendment is your amendment you're proposing to the motion is to remove C. Yep. And you're about to talk. That's been seconded by Councillor Fitzgerald.
Yep.
As in, you're removing C from. You would propose to remove that from the notice of motion.
Yep.
And you're now talking for your amendment to remove that.
Well, I believe we already do enough on C. I think it's but I do agree with the other things.
Christian and Councillor Foreman.
Thank you.
Yes.
Councillor Foreman, thank you very much for your comments there. I'm just wondering when did you receive the business case for the $2.5 million worth of smart meters that were proposed to be done for the water supply?
I've never
seen a business case,
but I do believe, I strongly believe that we are given the information when we are not operational. Council isn't operational. The reports come to us, we discuss them and we vote on them accordingly. We aren't operational. We are councillors, and we're here to vote what we think is the best for the community. We're not operational. We're not running. We're not staff. We're here to make the best possible decisions for the community, and we do get that information, and we make an assessment on that and a vote to that.
I'm just wondering. I'm sorry. I just can't see how council approving revenue assisted capital works or any capital works at all is in any way at all operational, given that the Local Government Act states that only council can set a budget. Section 377 actually prohibits the delegation of that function. So I'm just sorry, I just can't see that that's a relevant point, given that that council is continually bombarded with last minute opportunities to spend funds or to undertake projects that are significant revenue funded projects without any prior consultation in terms of strategic plan linkages, that is tying it back to the community, providing detailed costings, resource requirements, either financial or human, and the delivery timing. I mean, we've been provided with a works program that indicates that it's going to take 12 months to do the guttering of a childcare centre. I'd hardly think that that's a satisfactory timing, delivery timing in terms of a project.
I agree. However, we are up against weather condition.
Can we just have the other one so we can see what we're not putting in?
Thank you, Councillor Dodd. I'm just getting.
So councillors, the amendment is to require document business cases for all future revenue funded and revenue assisted capital works supported by community strategic plan linking, detailed costing, resource requirements and delivery timelines. Such business cases shall be considered by council prior to adoption of any annual budget, quarterly financial review or interim funding decision. So
I'd like to speak against the amendment.
Thank you.
If I may, bring it back to order. Thank
Councillor
you, Madam Mayor. I speak against the amendment because the one thing that's ringing very loud and very clear.
Councillor Ingham, just speak up a little bit. Just volume. Thank you.
Any other time I get called, I'm intimidated.
Happy to hear from you, nice and loud. Let's go.
I've been working a young dog for several days. It's tilling. Okay. I haven't lost my track of thought. It's come very loud and very clear from the community that we as councillors, as the elected councillors, need to take responsibility because we do get to set the budgets. That's one of our roles. It's no good just setting a budget and then walking away if you don't follow and try and track that budget. How do we do that? We need to get reports back from staff as to where they are on projects before the project overruns by a significant amount. Councillor Armstrong, I had a motion I was going to put later on in regard to my first motion, but I give to your 40 odd more years experience than me in your wording, and business cases need to be presented. Not only so that you can be sure of the cost initially, but the ongoing costs. People forget about the ongoing costs and maintenance. And by that being reported back to council, I can't see how that should be any time problem for staff or too much difficulty given the reassurances we have now of our IT system being able to report everything. I would imagine now it's just push button, most of it. So, my dear colleague, I feel I'd have to speak against your amendment. Thank you.
I also am concerned about efficiencies in that.
Councillor Foreman. Is there anybody else who wants to speak for it? Otherwise, I will put it to the floor. And the amendment is?
The amendment is just remove C.
Yeah. To remove C. Right. Okay. All those in favour of
No. This is now the motion. Well, actually, I think for the it's clear. So to be clear, what was shown was the motion without C. However, I believe it's appropriate that C remain there, so you know you're voting that out. If you vote for the amendment, you are voting C out. Okay, so that's what it is. So that's the one you're voting out. You're not voting against A, B, D, or E. They remain. You're voting C out. That was the motion by Councillor Foreman, seconded by Councillor Fitzgerald. Is that yes?
Is that correct? Okay. How about we put it to the vote? Those for the amendment. That's a removal of C.
The amendment is lost. We go back to the original motion.
Okay, we're back now, and we're having further on the original motion, which is just being put up before you now.
Question for the General Manager. Part B commences an immediate review of user pays fees. I support that, and that we do need to find out how much it does cost for each user group to use a certain amenity. But does that lead us down territory, including if it's $50,000 to maintain Alfred Oval for the cherry pickers, that we end up having to pass that cost onto them, or we're looking at passing a higher cost?
No, not what it does is my understanding, and I'll defer to Councillor Armstrong if I'm incorrect. This is so that you understand the full cost of providing a service such as the maintenance of the field that you mentioned, and then council will consider what level of user fee is appropriate to consistent with social capital, utilisation by youth, whatever metrics you apply. The decision will still be yours, as in whether that is, for want of a better word, subsidised by not full cost recovery. However, you'll have the complete information. That's what I was trying to say. Yep, thank you. So the answer is no. To be considered.
All right. Any more? I'll put it to the floor then.
I'd like to speak for the motion, Madam Mayor.
All right, Councillor Flannery.
I commend the speakers who spoke during the public forum and agree wholeheartedly with their sentiments. However, it's not really about the cost of living per se, or how much farm commodity prices or anyone else's income's gone up or down. It's about business management, and it's about a lack of business management. In the time that I have been a Hilltops councillor, I have sadly witnessed untold stories of waste and mismanagement. As highlighted by the former Councillor Wallace, the young pool, an overspend of $3 million circa, BOOROWA tennis courts, hundreds of thousands of dollars, Roberts Park, 5 years, the light poles and electrical conduit sat on the ground. In the end, $65,000 worth of electrical conduit was thrown out because it was deemed not worthy to be used, despite the fact that it was purchased brand new. The tender expired worthless from the original quote, and I think we paid 3 times the price by the time it went up. In tonight's business paper, we have a report on Murrumburrah Creek. We've received, I think, $3.1 million in grant funding for that. And the estimated 5 years ago, we first contributed, put the initial council contribution towards that. And the tender came in at $5.3 million and the project was cut in half. It's all about poor management and nothing else. And we need to face up to the truth. There's a saying, and an old saying and a true saying, if you keep doing things the same way, you'll get the same outcome. If you think differently, you're either a fool or an idiot. And we are asking people to pay 80% more to be fools and idiots. We are effectively saying we want to keep doing the same thing the same way, and we think we might get a better outcome. We're not going to get a better outcome. We'll get more of the same outcome. And then we'll be back in a few more years' time to say, oh, we need to put it up more. It's about time we started looking at service levels, what we're doing and how we're doing it. A bridge 2 kilometres from me basically washed away in March 13. We got emergency funding for it, but I saw an excavator moved to and from the gravel pit 5 times, and it did 1 day's work. Now that's $5,000 for 1 day's work, and that happens week in, week out. I don't like saying it, but we need to change our operations. And if we don't change our operations, we'll keep getting poor results. When we change our operations, when we do some of the things listed on this, we can then review where we're at and see what service levels we need. You need to earn a special rate variation. Special rate variations were introduced by the government to do things like heated pools, community asset building, not to prop up poor management. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Flannery. Anybody against? All right, I'll put it to the...
Sorry,
Councillor. Councillor, you're right at the time. Councillor Ingram.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Firstly, it's pleasing to see that no one openly wanted to speak against my notice of motion. Thank you. I'll digress for 2 seconds. Give me a break about the swimming pool. As a council, we made a decision to do something, and we did it. Yes, there was a mess up over asbestos, not caused by councillors. And I just want to point out that the extra money that had to go towards that project came out of other projects that were allocated to the former Young Council local government area. So please leave the pool alone. Thank you. Right. So I think it's fair to say that the whole matter of the SRB has been dealt with pretty poorly. Secret SRB community reference group tried to rescind that, but got defeated. I haven't heard of it anywhere where councillors were barred out of public meetings. Well, they weren't public because we were barred out of them. 20 meetings with the community, and the feedback I only went to 2, both in Young, and spoke at both, but had nothing really to tell them. I stayed away from some of the other meetings so not to cause angst amongst anyone with my strong opinions. Madam Mayor, you insist on reading or getting someone to read out an item at the start of each meeting now in regards to ethics and making decisions for our right community. Well, let me tell you, there's nothing ethical about asking our community for more money just to take care of poor fiscal management, especially in the current economic climate. As an organisation, we must look at strategies, as been mentioned now by Councillor Armstrong, to improve our financial management. Work on operating to the budget, Councillor said, not just come back and report overruns to us. We need, as I said before, we need to do a lot more work in-house to reduce our costs. Consultants. And one other thing I'll mention, and it's been mentioned earlier tonight, is about depreciation. And I'll use round figures. So if someone wants to pick me up on it, they can, but it's about 90,660,000. Close enough to $20 million is our depreciation figure. I did ask CFO, could they provide me with the dollar amount of bridges, the values of bridges and roads, but a week ago, but it's too much trouble. I haven't got it. But what I can tell you is, out of that $20 million, $8.8 million is depreciation on roads and bridges. 8.8 million. As we're told quite often, 80% of all works carried out on roads and bridges is funded by grants. Okay? So we've got to take 20% off that 8.8 million, which brings it back, round figures, depreciation of $7 million on roads and bridges that we don't fund. It's funded by grants. Take $7 million off the bottom line that you're looking at. Things don't look that bad at all. As was mentioned earlier on, it's not a cash item. It's used as a bat hit you over the top of the head. I know cost shifting from the state government and the methodology used by the federal government to fund local government is flawed, and so do they. And this all adds up to the burden on local government budgets. Local government is asked to do so much more now than what local government was responsible for. That's even been realised as late as yesterday by IPART. And they'll make an announcement that the rate peg can go to 5.1%, as opposed to the 2.5. And I feel sorry for staff who did a heap of numbers on information that was changed yesterday. I really do. And the fact that the grants for our road network are just about to double as well. So that will ease some of the pressure off council. But as I said, this isn't just our local government area that's struggling, but some local LGAs handle their budget and operations better than others. Fellow councillors, what I'm asking of you is that we don't take the easy way out by putting our hand out and asking for more public money, rather that we endeavour to become one of those councils that handles their budgets better. And thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Ingram. All right, I will put it to the floor. Those, can we just have motion? You've got the motion up? Okay. We'll put it to vote. Those in favour? I think it's
Unanimous.
Unanimous. Thank you, everybody.
Through you, Madam Mayor, just as a procedural issue, just to say, everyone is aware. I did speak to the Office of Local Government in relation to the report that had the content of the scenarios. The intent of that report was to take 3 scenarios out to the community to consult on those and bring back to council for a decision about whether to apply. Because that decision has been made as into not to apply, that report is effectively redundant. The report is tabled, but it's not voted upon. It is now a nothing report. It's done. The motion before you is now with me to deliver upon. Thank you.
And thank you, everybody who has been in the public forum for the debate. We do have another item that was discussed in the debate. We might wait if anybody wishes to leave now.
Madam Mayor Wallace, you might want to adjourn
yes.
for 5 minutes.
Yes, that's a good idea, Mr. GM. If anybody would like to have a break, we'll just wait for 5 minutes till everybody's back in. Yeah, procedural motion to move DA. What is it? It's
I think the procedural motion to move 12.2, which the late report the councillors resolved to accept. 12.22 23/309 application to modify development consent number 2019 etc. for subdivision 3 lots at 5 Park Avenue, Young.
I'll move with an amendment.
Sorry, councillor, just to move it forward first.
So moved.
Yeah, so moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Those in favour?
Aye. Unanimous.
Okay, thank you.
I'll move the motion with an amendment.
I'll second it.
I've got to read the amendment first.
I'm seconding the motion.
I'll move with an amendment.
No, he's moving it with an amendment, so you can't second it yet.
Well, wait.
My amendment is to the proposed modification. So on the list of proposed modifications, that the note be removed, the note under B3A, it reads, the curb and gutter shall extend across Park Avenue to join with the existing curb and gutter in Calabash Street, south of the site. That B3D be removed, which reads the provision of a pump ramp in a suitable location. B3G be removed, provision of a 1,500 metre wide concrete footpath from the existing footpath in Park Avenue to the northern boundary. And E11
be amended to be lots 1, 3, or to be numbers 1, 3, 5 Lovell Street.
Sorry, Director, is that what the report?
So through you, Madam Mayor, essentially that's what the submitter had asked for, and yep, so that reflects that. Obviously, we have a view on whether that's appropriate or not that I can talk to.
I do also believe that there needs to be, I wasn't proposing to delete B3B in its entirety. However, it has potential to be an issue because it says the shaping of the verge to a fall of the proposed curb and gutter generally with a cross fall of 3%. If it's referring to the note, well, then it needs to be amended. So I asked the Director the relevance of B3B with reference to the note. Is it referring to the note or is it referring to the driveway?
So that's your moved motion. Is there a second for that, Councillor Ingram? It's now the motion. Thank you.
Okay, so just to speak for the motion, I asked the Director in relation to B, capital B3, in brackets B, the relevance of the shaping of the verge to fall to perceived curb and gutter. Is that noting that the note has now been removed? Would you please describe the...
So through you, Madam Mayor, no, that does not refer to the note. It refers to the condition.
It refers to the driveway.
Yes.
Okay, Councillor Foreman.
So through you, Madam Mayor. So, Director, could we just have some clarification on just a bit of an overview of it? So we're looking at, so here we're looking on the plan, we're looking at on Calabash Street. Is that going to be curbed and gutted?
So through you, Madam Mayor, that is the current condition of consent that's been recommended. Yep. So the reason for that is that this is a 3-lot subdivision in an urban area where the average lot is about 420 square metres. And it's an area where there is curb and gutter either side of this development. So this road connects through to other roads that have curb and gutter. So we did take a performance approach to assessing this consent application, and after that we determined that it was appropriate, after taking the engineering advice, that to put the curb and gutter condition in, and that's why it's in. It is the practice that we have done on every other subdivision in Young of this nature. On the second issue, which is about the street numbering, that isn't an issue that's addressed at DA stage. It's actually a matter for the Roads Act and comes later on. So the recommendation amendment gives the ability to address the issue of road naming at the appropriate time. It's not at the DA stage. I would just say that in the conversations with the applicant, the advice that we've got is that the reason for keeping Calabash Street as a name is that it does not join to Lovell. So from an emergency management perspective, if you're asked to go to Lovell Street, they could drive along Lovell Street and then not get to that property, and that extra time to get round may be a life and death matter. So that's why at the moment we're referring to it as Calabash Street. And if you were to look on any like on Google Maps at the moment, it says Calabash Street. So that's how it's colloquially named at least. Notwithstanding that, there are documents in the past where that part of the road has been referred to as Lovell Street, but there is no status at the moment.
However, question E11 says that the lot shall be addressed as 2A Park Avenue. So if it's not Lovell Street and it's not Calabash, where's Park Avenue? We'll lead an ambulance to. So
Park Avenue is the path that, if you look at well, it's on the page, the first page, Park Avenue. You can see it at the diagram at the bottom. If we look at an emergency vehicle to the correct addresses. So that's a street naming issue that's done out on the Roads Act. It's not dealt with through this DA process. And then the third issue is that we are very comfortable with the removing of the note. Again, a note is not a condition of consent, and very happy for it to be removed.
The address?
No, the note to do with the curb and gutter essentially outside Park Ave, because there is no nexus, because it's actually not adjacent to the development site. Yeah.
So therefore, there would be we don't require to have the curb and guttering on the Park Avenue section where the path is.
That's correct.
Yeah, but we do where the development because what would the driveway access be then to each of those? So it would be grass, which it is at the moment, or
through you, Madam Mayor, that would be worked out at the subdivision work certificate stage. Is how you would design the access given the stormwater arrangements. Yeah.
Question.
I think Councillor Stadmiller, I think, was first. Councillor Armstrong, if you would defer, Councillor Armstrong.
I'll defer to Councillor Stadmiller. Big-hearted Greg, they call me.
Thanks.
Madam Mayor,
Councillor Armstrong.
Can I ask if Mr. Filmer could return to the podium to give his side of the story on this, because it was making a lot of sense to me before, but we've had a lot go on since. If he could present his case again, we might be able to move along quicker.
Well, can we just check out the code of meeting practice to see if that's a possibility?
He has availed himself to that.
Beg your pardon?
He has availed himself to that.
Yes.
That's why he's still here.
I understand that.
In the meantime, if the address numbers aren't something that is addressed at the DA, is that part of the amendment that should be taken out, because it's not actually, that's not something that we've got control over. And I also think that Lovell Street, having lived on Fontenoy Street and where it went to the end in Just Cruiser, and knowing that because of the funny way it was numbered, that it was hard for ambulances to get there, I actually agree that it would be better not to have it as Lovell Street, because it doesn't look like Lovell Street. If you go there, you would actually expect it to be called Calabash. And that does concern me to call it Lovell Street, that it would be. It could cause problems in the future.
Madam Mayor, I tend to agree with that. I can remember starting work with the young municipal council in 1976, and it was Calabash Street then. So that was long before there was any bridge over the railway.
Happy for it to be amended back to Calabash Street, as long as the lettering makes sense. But as I understand, it'll go to A, B.
So, Councillor Flannery, can Councillor Armstrong just finish, please?
So I think that it certainly needs to be numbered to Calabash Street. And in terms of the numbering within that, I don't believe that there's too much opportunity for us to number other than in accordance with the Australian standard. Yeah. Because everything else is numbered consistent with the Australian standard. So I'll defer to that recommendation there. The concern I have is in regards to any work that was done on the footpath that would require retaining wall. The proponent just mentioned that the retaining wall would be in the order of 1.2 metres high. My understanding of the DCP is that 1 metre high retaining walls is the order of the day, and that 1.2 would be something that would be special in nature. So can I please get some comment on all members of the DCP review committee would be across that issue, no doubt. We've discussed it on a number of occasions. So can we get some clarification of how high this retaining wall would need to be, and whether in requiring it, if it is above the 1 metre, that we're actually required to do something that the DCP may not endorse.
So through you, Madam Mayor, yes, indeed, if this did require a retaining wall of over 1 metre, that would then require a DA. When we assess this, and the advice we were given is that we believe that when you get to the subdivision work certificate stage, the alignment of the road, so you can have the curb and gutter and the path, can be achieved without the need to do that work or the loss of any trees. That's a matter that will be resolved at subdivision work certificate phase, and so that's why one of the reasons why we're retaining that condition.
Who would do that design?
So it's the applicant, and it's with our development engineering team. They work together to get a suitable solution.
So perhaps if the applicant believes that has their engineering team believe that they can't achieve that, and our engineering team believes that they can, who comes up trumps?
Well, in this case, we ultimately approve the subdivision work certificates, and we take control of the asset, so it has to be developed to our satisfaction. So ultimately, we come up trumps.
So we disregard the applicant's engineering design as such.
We assess it, and then.
So if it's wrong, it's on council.
If we find that we needed to put in a retaining wall, then that's something we would have to resolve.
Thank you. Thank you.
I thought it was B3D, not B3B. I thought it was the one about the provision of a pram room that was requested but to be deleted. What was D? It was B3A, B3D, B3D.
Right. So, look, councillors, just a procedural thing in the Code of Meeting Practice. Chapter 4, for one of the better under the Code of Meeting Practice, is public forums. And what it says is, and we have, my experience has been, speakers at public forum speak at public forum. Councillors can ask questions of the speaker at the public forum. The speaker has the opportunity to speak for two minutes. The speaker cannot ask questions of council, councillors, or council staff. That's what the code says. However, and this would be with the precedent, 415 says, a councillor, including the chairperson, may, through the chairperson, ask questions of a speaker following their address at the public forum. So his address is at public forum. Questions put to a speaker must be direct, succinct, and without argument. So the question I have for you, councillors, is, are you giving opportunity, and this will endure because this will be a precedent. I've not had this before. If you allow for questions to be asked of the speaker outside of the public forum, then that endures because that's the precedent. There is no precedent at this point. It's at this, my read on it, it is captured under the public forum and the time to ask questions of the speaker as at public forum. However, you could interpret it differently, but that is my interpretation, but it is your Code of Meeting Practice.
Point of clarification, please, Mr. General Manager.
Yes.
You just talked about a precedent. Would the precedent be set for anyone to speak, to be asked questions by council who happen to be sitting in the public forum, whether they spoke at the public forum or not? I think that needs some clarification.
It would be a speaker. A speaker is defined by a speaker that is nominated by midday of the Tuesday before. Not a speaker on an item. It would not be a carte blanche for anyone to speak from the forum, but it is an opportunity. It's fundamentally, I see.
Given this is such a complicated matter and some professional advice would probably be handy. I personally have no problems if the speaker is allowed to go to the desk and questions be asked to him.
Through Madam Mayor.
Yes, Councillor Armstrong.
I'm aware that the speaker did ask to participate by audio visual link and was denied that. I do note that item 4.2 in the Code of Meeting Practice very clearly says public forums may be held by audio visual link. It concerns me that that opportunity was allegedly denied. However, I am reluctant to provide a developer, or potentially a developer's agent, a second bite of the cherry, for obvious reasons. It's not a good appearance, And I would suggest that if there are uncertainties in regard to this item, and this item be deferred to the next meeting.
I'll second the deferral, Councillor Armstrong.
I haven't moved to deferral, Councillor. I'm just making the suggestion. But I'd be happy to second one if you are.
I'd like to just have this matter deferred till we can have some more clarification. It's a complicated matter and it's quite obvious that myself included, councillors having trouble getting their head around it. Actually, so it would be a great idea if we deferred this item.
Thank you, Councillor Ingram.
So just to remind and maybe speaking to the applicant representative, the December meeting is mid-December, so it's two and a bit weeks away, not a month away, and certainly not next year. So, okay, well,
all right. We now have
Councillor Flannery. Are you happy for it to be deferred to the December?
Well, I am, but motion.
Well, yeah. Well, it's your motion. Well, you've got the motion, and so, Councillor Ingram, are you happy because you seconded the motion? Are you happy for this matter to be deferred, and then councillors then vote upon whether it's deferred or not?
Yeah. Point of clarification. If the motion is deferred, can the speaker speak again at the public forum at the next meeting?
Absolutely.
For 5 minutes.
A question: may they participate by audio visual link?
Oh, they certainly can. I'll follow that procedurally. But yes, they can.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. So we have before us that yes, it's put to us that we actually defer the motion until the December meeting. Those in favour? Those against?
I can be that.
Yeah. Okay. All right. It's unanimous.
All right. There we go.
Let's get back. All right, let's get back to 12.1, and there we have the report of the executive members. Do I have a mover? Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Armstrong and Councillor Those in favour? Now, 12.2. Annual report. Do I have a mover? Thank you.
Not at this time.
Question, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Armstrong.
Question to the General Manager. Can I please be advised what page is the Hilltops Council Customer Service Summary located? I can't locate it. It's required under Clause 1 of the Hilltops Council Customer Service Policy. The words state council shall be provided with quarterly reports that highlight organisational performance in regard to our service standards. We will include a summary of such reports in our annual report. Service standards are set in Clause 2 of the policy. Can I just get that? Because adoption of the report without the summary would be non-conformance with the council policy statement. So if it's not in there, I want to know how that non-conformance with the council's policy statement will be addressed, and will that be noted in the statement of compliance that the General Manager signs on an annual basis?
Okay, thank you. Will I refer to the Director?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the reporting of the customer service policy happens in the councillor newsletter when we report the phone calls, emails, and inquiries at the customer service counters. we haven't put that in the annual report. We can add that in and circulate it to councillors before it goes to OOD.
Question to the director. I'm just wondering why the service standards that are set in clause 2 of the policy aren't applied, because we appear to be providing service records that are inconsistent with clause 2 of the policy. We don't mention one word about correspondence. When you read the policy refers specifically to the response time for correspondence. Nowhere do I see that in any of the. I've been back through all the council newsletters since that policy was adopted by council, and I can't find one reference to any of those particular issues in regards to correspondence. I can't find any in the annual report for last year, and I can't find any in the annual report for this year. So, given that this obviously would be a non-conformance with the council policy, how will that be addressed in light of the statement of compliance?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I believe the reporting will happen in this current financial year's annual report, because the reporting has been made possible through our new CRM system. However, we can look into what we can report on in this the financial year that we're reporting on in the annual report 21-22, 22-23, and see if we can. It just depends what we've been able to measure, and a lot of that's only come into play recently.
Madam Mayor, I'm flabbergasted that here's a policy that has very clear service standards set in it, and they are being, it appeared, ignored. We are not doing what our policy says we will do for our community, and we think that must be all right. I'm sorry, that's not all right as far as I'm concerned. It's part of the policy, and we're not doing it. Clearly, the annual report is incomplete because it's not compliant with the council policy statement. I ask you, how will it be addressed?
Councillor Armstrong, Mr. GM, do you have any comments?
Through you, Madam Mayor. We will review the information that we've got and compile that information to fill that as best we can. If we do not have the information, we cannot create it, and yes, it is an omission.
I note that it's also been omitted every quarter since that policy was adopted by council. Yet the certificate, the statement of compliance has been signed. I've been back and checked the minutes about that too, when clearly it is non-compliant.
A comment?
I'll take that. I'll take that on board. We've done everything that we can based upon the systems we have to improve the reporting, and we've been working towards achieving the best reporting that we can. And if it's unfulfilled that, well, I need to take that on board, and that is a failure.
How does the general manager propose to sign the statement of compliance for next year if he knows that it's not, we haven't been compliant for at least 12 months in this regard?
If there is an area that I need to acknowledge that it is incomplete, I will make such an acknowledgement.
It was incomplete last year, but the certificate's been signed, the statement's been signed, it's been presented to the
I signed that in good faith, and I believe that we had adhered to it, given the work that we had done across all of the areas, not that just specific area.
Madam Mayor, I don't believe that council can adopt this annual report because it's inconsistent with council's adopted policies.
All right, so Armstrong. Any other?
Yeah, I have a question or two.
Councillor Ingram.
Yeah, it's a bit hard with business paper and then back to the iPads. On your report, wasn't provided. Rates and charges written off on page 25. I'm not too sure if it's CFO or who's might be able to answer. It seems a large amount of money, and I think, remember, if we go back to the previous financial year, that there's a great difference between that number in 21, 22 to 22, 23. Is there any explanation about that $72,398 being written off for rates and charges?
This one's right here. And this one's this year.
72. I'd have to take that on notice, but I can certainly provide the information in terms of what's been written off.
How can it be in the annual report if we can't explain to us what it is?
Well, I'd need to get the details out on it, and I could do that.
Well, you must have got the details out with the greatest respect to put that number there.
Yeah, no, I see the number there. Yeah, and certainly we would have taken action based on non-recovery of debts, or of debts where people couldn't pay or we couldn't locate people. But I haven't got the list of those.
Could you please provide that at the next council meeting? Thank you.
I can.
Appreciate the answer. Thank you.
Question,
On page,
CFO. Would that be due to the sale of land front paid rates? There were some of those, correct, where we, thanks for raising that question. Yeah, there were certainly debts that, due the sale of the cemetery and so forth, where in fact we had to write off debts, certainly. There were, so I can get that list out as well in the September sale. Thank you.
So in other words, the rate outstanding was not covered by the sale of the asset.
That's my understanding of
That's correct.
way it works.
Yeah. I'm not sure of that figure though. I need to extract that information. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor.
On page
England,
26.
Spoken once, but please.
On page 26, and I preface this question with my full and total support of a mayoral vehicle because I had one, and I understand the travelling that's involved. But what I'd like to get hold of the officer who can run the vehicle for 12 months for $3,193. What's included in those costs? Because just rego and insurances be the bulk of it. If they can run a vehicle on $3,193, I've got 5 or 6 they could run for me if they like. Can I have a breakdown of what's included in that? The tyres, $900 a service, rego's $1,000, insurance would be more. It just seems that's something we apparently are doing very, very well, because I just don't know how you do it. But if I could have some clarification about what that vehicle expense incurs, fuel, I don't know. They're all vehicle expenses, and I'm pretty sure they'd have to tally more than 3,193. So anyway, that's that question on that one. We go to page 35 of the annual report. My iPad's coming along with me. We get to page 35 shortly. And there we have, photo, we go to the next one. Capital work projects, page 35. Proposed capital work projects where a capital expenditure review has been submitted. And there's a number of projects there. BOOROWA Horse Arena underway. I thought that was finished. Complete, compus.
That's at the 30th of June 2023.
Well, I thought it was finished. Yeah, well, I thought it was finished anyway. Anyway, we'll go here. There's one there for the young tennis precinct upgrade. Completed. I'm surprised to hear that, because my understanding is that it isn't completed at all. There's more work to be done, and there's an amount of, I don't know, memory serves me badly, $150,000 somewhere left over for the young tennis precinct, young club. And I'm hearing secondhand, I must say, stories that they actually get that funding in the total possibility. That's not me. So could I have some clarification around, firstly, reading is included, I don't believe it is, and have they got their $151,000 still sitting there to use, or has it been allocated somewhere else, as the second-hand information is telling me? Thank you.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the portion of the works that has been completed, and yes, the report may not be very clear. The tennis courts have been completed, the actual tennis courts, but the precinct itself, the sporting complex of the total project has not been completed. Works are ongoing in that precinct with the retaining wall and footpaths being done, and also we're looking at the clubhouse building at the moment. So no, the total project, the money is still there. It hasn't been expended and hasn't been reallocated anywhere else. It is there on the report.
I'm pleased to hear that. It's just the wording probably is incorrect when it says young tennis precinct upgrade completed.
Yeah.
I can only go what you present me with.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ingram. Any Anybody else? All right. We have it here. We have had some concerns about it, but I will still put it to the floor. Those in favour? Those against? Okay. So it is lost. Now, I presume, Mr. General Manager, that we will look at making the.
I believe the questions have been raised. We'll address those, and
it will come
most
back.
likely I'll be calling an extraordinary meeting because under the Local Government Act, it's required that 5 months after year end, the report be lodged. So we'll be looking into that. Thank you.
I do acknowledge that the draft was given to us at a workshop, at a report, and I'm not sure if those matters were raised then or were raised with staff, but we acknowledge them now. Let's move on now to 112.4.23.291.
Operation.
We're moving on now. Thank you. 12.4.2391 cash and investment report. Do I have a mover?
So move.
Thank you, Councillor Armstrong. The seconder. Thank you, Councillor Piper. Any comments? Questions?
Question in regard to the CFO through Madam Mayor in regard to the NAB deposits maturing 20 November. I'm just wondering what sort of rates we were able to get for those. That $6.6 million bucks.
Certainly, Councillor Armstrong. There are two parts. The 4.1 million was reinvested at 90 days for 4.97. The 2.5 million was invested for 120 days for 5.02%. And so we got more on that, put it out longer. And on the first one, actually, the 13th of November, that was lodged at 180 days at 5.22%.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If there are no more questions, Councillor Fitzgerald.
Yes, I have a question regarding the financial implications. You state on the bottom of page 127 that 59% of the budget in investment interest income has been received this year. Last month it was 39%, which is a 20% increase. That would extrapolate out to 177% over the 12 months. Do you feel that that is a reasonable thing, or are we going to come in at budget?
Yeah, I think we've actually included that in the QBR report as well in terms of the projection, that we're projecting a higher level of interest income, assuming things remain as they are.
Well, will it be as high as 177%? Are you expecting almost doubling?
I'm not an actuary. I can't predict. I wouldn't be able to predict what the interest rates are likely to do. But I mean, at the moment, the federal government hasn't been able to reduce the interest rates. And obviously, you can see those three investments. We've just got a higher rate of return again. You know.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Question, Madam Mayor. The Galong VPA funds, I asked at the last meeting what the quantum of the Galong VPA funds and the interest that's accrued over the time.
I didn't pick up the interest accrued. I thought the question was that did we accrue interest? And I thought I answered yes. Yes, we do. The VPA fund, I think, is shown in the QBR.
They go hand in glove. If interest is accruing, it should.
Yeah, I don't think you asked me for the amount, but I can certainly give you the amount that was accrued last year, credited to that account, if that's what you require. I can give you that. And the balance of the VPA fund, jumping ahead to the reserve page, if I haven't got marked, is sitting on page 159 of the report in the QBR. So I can give you the amount that's been credited of interest for last year that went to that fund.
And the amount is?
On the Galong, there's two components. So on the account 11108, that's 713,000, and in the second account, the limestone mine, just under 250,000. Sitting both those accounts, so just under $1 million, $959,000 in total.
And that includes the accrued interest.
Correct.
All right, thank you. If there are more questions?
So I'll provide that interest. You want that interest? I'll provide that interest at the next meeting then. Yep.
Okay, if there are no more questions, I'll put it to the vote. Those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you very much. Let's move on to the next one. 12.5, 23,292, outstanding rates and charges and sundry debtors report.
So moved.
Thank you, Councillor Stadmiller. Seconder. Was that you, Councillor Fitzgerald?
No.
Oh. Hewson. Thank you, Councillor Hewson. Any questions? If not, I'll put the vote. Pardon me, I haven't got my mic on. Quarterly budget review. Do I have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Fitzgerald. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Parker. Okay, Councillor Fitzgerald, do you have any questions?
Not at this time.
Thank you.
Question, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Ingram.
A lot of line items to go through, but I'm only going to stay with one. My little pet on page 154, 600197, Young Rural Roads Reshooting Program. And it clearly states there that year to date is $186,630. So you read it, you think, oh, yeah, that's good. Well done. Until you go to my question on notice on page 501. From 500 to 501. Can staff provide councillors with the length and location of any gravel reshooting undertaken between 1 July and 30 September, as well as the individual costings for those works? The same dates that cover this quarterly budget review. So thank you very much for the director for getting back to me. I'll speak at length on this item when we do get to it, because what's been reported in this business paper clashes with what's reported in July and August business paper. So there's going to be discussion there, but let's stick to the point. I don't want to digress. So I've been told there was 8.5 kilometres of gravel reshooting, all done in the Young area. And the expenditure is $153,106. Now, without going into calculations with calculators and the rest of it, it's about 22% difference. So how am I supposed to believe or have faith, is the word I probably should use, in any of these numbers when here in the same business paper, there's a 22% variance on one item? Do we take 22% over the whole column of the $5.779 million? No wonder we don't know or can't explain why our fiscal management is so poor. Could someone please clarify for me why there is a 22% difference between a reported year-to-date number in the quarterly budget review and the answer to a question on notice is $153,106. The right hand obviously doesn't know what the left hand's doing here.
There, Madam Mayor, what is presented in the questions on notice, as is stated in the questions on notice, these are works that have been completed in the period. The quarterly budget review has that those roads that have not been completed have not been included in that report. So those are ongoing works that will be captured in the next quarterly budget review.
The dates,
Thank you.
Yep, that's the answer. I take the answer. I don't take the answer on what it is because the dates are the same. We're going back to the end of September. How can you tell me it's taken in for works that have happened since then? It's the quarterly budget review that finishes on the 30th of September, the same date as your report back to me finishes. Yet there's 22% difference, and I'm very sorry. I respect you answered the question. The answer is incorrect, and I've been told misinformation, and so have all these councillors. I won't be adopting this quarterly budget review because I have no belief in the numbers, and until we improve our fiscal management, I won't be accepting any more of them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ingram. All right, is there any more questions?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Armstrong.
I refer back to the QBRS for March, when there were large numbers of items that were deferred to due to inability to complete the projects. One of those in particular relates to the revenue generating function of council, in actual fact, relates to the sale of water. And it's actually the renewal of water meters. And I noticed that at the March QBR, we wrote the full amount for water meter renewals at Young out. We hadn't done any water meter renewals at Young at all. About 58 grand's worth to do. And then for the current budget year, we wrote in about the same amount of money, round figures, 58 grand, 57, 58 grand, to renew meters. But we're already 57 behind. So I did ask the question last year, how can we afford to replace 1,300 metres with the money that we've got there, given that I have in the past asked council staff in regard to the cost of water meter replacements, because I'd actually estimated it out at about $150, but I'm not an expert in this, and I was advised by staff at the time that the cost was just over $200 per water meter. So I've just failed to see how there is any way that water meters at Young potentially are 10 times dearer to replace than water meters are at Harden or BOOROWA. But if you add the money that's supposed to be carried forward from last year because we didn't do any at Young, and put it back in the budget, which strangely enough hasn't happened, that would be the case. They'd probably be about $200 each. So I'm just having some difficulty in understanding where the money's going to when those jobs are written out, pending referral to this QBR, and they never come back. I'd like some clarification on that. Then I have a number of other questions that relate to the textual part of the report as well. So can I just get some advice in regards to the water meters in particular?
I'd have to take that. I'd have to take that on notice, Councillor.
I think it was taken on notice last month.
Did I?
Oh. I think it was taken on notice by a number of people last month. And I asked the question.
No idea.
So can I get a response? I did have a discussion with the mayor, as a matter of fact, at the time. I remember it quite clearly. But I'm sorry, if we can't get a response here, I just cannot support this QBR because there are glaring deficiencies in there. I know that there's one particular job where we spent $18,000. Current expenditure was $18,000 on a $15,000 job, and the budget estimate was still $15,000. How you can spend $3,000 more than what you're supposed to and still come back at $15,000 is beyond me. But anyway, I'll accept that that's part of the wizardry in this QBR. But can I please get a response in regards to the water meter, the money for water meters?
Through you, Madam Mayor, there was a request to bring a written report back to Council on the water meters as a whole, as a separate report, which will be happening in the December meeting. The representation of the numbers in the QBR was to ensure that the carryovers from the previous year would be in this financial year. And we will then bring a report on what the water meter replacement will be for this financial year at the December meeting.
Then the question to the director, then why is that money not in this QBR? If that was the intention, it's not in here. Now, please be advised as to why it's not in here, if that was the intention. I've just heard you telling me that it was, and clearly it's not there. It's only 57 grand. It's not $116,000.
Oh.
Yeah. I know my maths isn't that good, but
I don't know.
I've got a decent professor in mathematics, so they'll probably ask her.
Thank you.
No, I'm not.
Sorry, yeah, I'd have to take that on notice and answer the question.
I will look at.
I don't recall from the last meeting.
If that one's too hard, then we'll move back to the other one.
Yeah.
We'll move back to some others. In regard to the textual part of the report itself, I note that there is on page 134, deferral and removal of several capital projects from the current capital program, including $7.5 million for the long-awaited young drainage project. Is that the construction component only, 7.5 million?
My reflection was the total project cost was 8.1 million of the young drainage.
That was my understanding too, yes.
Yeah. I can let the director answer in terms of the value that's put in there.
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, the total project value is the $8 million. What we are planning on finalising in this financial year is the actual study. The tender has gone through, the tender has gone to council. The tender has been awarded for the investigation study and cost analysis, which is what will be achieved this year, and the construction will be in the next financial year.
Okay. Will there be any opportunity for those funds to be diminished, lost, or eroded by that deferment?
We are waiting for the final cost estimation. That is what is going to happen. It was presented to council that we first do the cost analysis after we've done the detailed design, and that's the work that's been done. Then we'll see what the actual final cost of the project is.
Thank you. The deferral of the Burley-Griffin pipeline project in Harden. I know that dirty water in Harden is an issue. I've listened many times to people complaining about the state of the water. I've read on social media about the dirty water there, and I do thank Councillor Stadmiller and Councillor Flannery for their comments in regards to whether why is that being deferred?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the deferral is because there have been design issues that we have had to resolve before we can actually do the pipe work that we need there, and that's why the deferral has happened.
Design issues. What sort of design issues would they be?
Where the pipeline was originally proposed to be laid, through you, Madam Mayor, we have encountered alignment issues that we have to resolve before we can actually lay the pipes themselves.
Okay, will that require any purchase of land?
Through you, Madam Mayor, we're still finalising the design on that, and then we can confirm that. That's part of the hold-up.
So there's a potential for that $1 million project to either blow out in cost or alternatively to have the scope reduced, is there?
We would have to review that once we've got the final designs and costings done, through you, Madam Mayor.
Okay. The inclusion of the 1.8 million and 262,000 from flood restoration works will be received in 2023-24. I guess my concern is that will we be able to complete those works in the future if we defer them again, given the current climatic conditions? Pretty hard to build a road in a drought.
But it's received. Not deferred, it's received. The conclusion.
Yeah, that the funds are, sorry, Councillor Armstrong, the funds are due to be received in 23-24.
Doing the work itself. When will the work be done?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the intention is that the work will be done in this financial year, and it is part of our capital program. We have just received notification that we will get that money, and we are programming it in.
And we'll have resources available given our contract with the Transport for New South Wales and our own capital works programs.
That is an intention that we complete that, and that is part of the capital program right now.
Okay. We've got some project adjustments in there, and I'm just the Harden water main extension of the race course. There's a reduction of 5.46, along with 92,000 employee costs there for the general fund wage and on-cost recovery. But in particular, what concerns me is the words I read there: Harden water main extension works race course. Fair enough. And then I read the words wage and on-cost recovery from the transfer of employee costs to Harden sewer manhole refurbishment. I'm aware that there's no such thing as cross-subsidisation between the funds. Can I please get an explanation of why the sewer fund and the water fund are swapping on costs? Is that a misallocation of costs?
No, it's to do. I think we're just trying to explain the fact that there's been a shortage of staffing, and that we're actually making sure that the adjustment occurs. So people are working across water and sewer funds.
So is the Harden water main extension overrun, being financed by the Harden Sewer Fund or the Harden Water Fund?
No, we're highlighting we're just highlighting there the cost adjustments that we're making, but we do note that in fact there are staff moving between water and sewer across all the various sites.
So it's a misallocation of cost between funds.
No, we're just highlighting the fact that there's a transfer of funding. We're not highlighting that. We've actually identified the cost adjustment. We're just reporting it.
So you're transferring money out of the sewer fund and giving it back to water fund. Is that right?
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
Based upon
there was a shortage of staffing. I can let the director highlight that. But there's been a shortage of staffing across the water and sewer funds for some time.
Because it appears to me as though there's a subsidy. The sewer fund at Harden is subsidising the water fund at Harden.
No, we're trying to make sure that we adjust whenever staff are working across, or there's any material adjustments, we make sure that we adjusting those costs.
Can I state what I think is happening? That an employee from one fund has worked on another fund, and their wages have already been allocated in the previous budget, and now you're reallocating.
Correct.
That's what I'm trying to describe.
Correct.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm just going off the words presented in the report. The actual actions appear to be something different than the words. Thank you. On page 138, Roads to Recovery, a over-transfer of a budget at the March 23 QBR. We just get some explanations of what the over-transfer of a budget would be. We've spent more than we said we were going to transfer in the QBR, or is the QBR at March 23 incorrect by $67,000 in regards to the Roads to Recovery? But I also note that there's down a little bit further, we've got $297,000 in the Regional Local Age Repair Program. It appears to be the same situation. So I just get explained as to why we've got to do that. Over-transfer of budget at the March 23 QBR. I've got to please explain alongside that.
I'll have to take that on notice. I'll have to investigate that and take it on notice. But yes, certainly.
Did you author this report?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Then you're telling me that you can't advise me of the content of the report that you've authored.
Well, that's
no, that's a legitimate question to ask, Madam Mayor.
No, I was going to answer it. Yeah.
Okay. Are you happy?
Sorry. Yeah. No. Correct. So it's actually highlighting the fact that there was an over-transfer of the budget at the March QBR.
So the March QBR was wrong, in fact.
And we're adjusting it, yes.
Okay. So those councillors that opposed the March QBR had good reason to oppose it because it was wrong. And there's evidence there that it was wrong. I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, I can't support this QBR at all.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, can I just get clarification on the just going back on Councillor Armstrong's question, the extension of the water main to the racecourse? Can we just get details of that? My understanding was when the RFS building was built that there was a contribution from a private trust that actually funded that water main extension.
Sorry, I can't answer that, Councillor Tony. I'm not across the.
Well, I was aware the work that the extension of the water main out to the racecourse occurred about actually more than, I keep forgetting about COVID. I would have thought 5 years ago. How does it appear in the budget as having just occurred? And I drive past it nearly daily. I haven't seen work there for years.
I'll need to get the details on that. I'm not across that at all.
Does the director have details of what that involves? Been an RFS building there for 5 years, and one of the conditions was having the water there to conduct fire exercises. I'm not too sure how we need additional water. There was also water put on at the racecourse probably 12 years ago to water the racecourse, which doesn't work, mind you.
I'm just trying to pick that reference up. There it is there. Yeah, the 5,000. I'm fairly sure it's just, he's just asking about the cost for it. Councillor Tony saying that work's already been completed. I'm not sure.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I am aware that there was works that was undertaken and it was definitely more than 3 years ago. I'm not sure if that was just unallocated, wrongly allocated because the work order was still open. We'd have to have a look into that.
I've had a couple of ratepayers question me about, I've just lost my page now, but it refers on that capital works programs where there's original budget. I'm just going to get the original budget's zero, and then if it's mainly relates to the work down at Murrumburrah, but there's an original budget, and then there's the actual year to date and proposed amendments, and then we've got forecast budget. We describe for those people who do listen online how we start with an original budget of zero that we end up with, and I could, one example would be Galong Hall buildings capital. There's that's correct.
Councillor Armstrong, while Councillor Flannery's looking for that, Councillor Armstrong. Is that, okay, Madam Mayor? I ask a question to Councillor Armstrong while Councillor Flannery's finding his page. When you referred to the 15,000, 18,000, is that 600,015 on page 154? Where its original budget was $15,072. Year to date is $18,810 spent. Yet in the forecast column at the end of the budget, it's only $15,072 again.
They're disappearing 3,800.
Well, can we get an answer to that question, please? If you don't mind. Page 154. How does that work? 600,015. I think that's the zeros, my glasses. The original budget's $15,072. Year to date is $18,810. Yet the forecast is $15,072. It's $3,000 just.
That's water meters, Councillor. That's a bit hard.
Through you, Madam Mayor, there are some reactive water meter replacements. I'd have to look into exactly how many of those are reactive water meter replacements, but that could be a reason why there was an additional budget in that.
Well, I can understand that might be part of the case. Then why isn't it in the forecast column? Why are we still forecasting a budget of $15,072 when you've spent $18,800? I just can't work out the accounting process for doing it that way. I really can't. That clearly isn't correct. So I don't know. Sorry. Councillor Flannery, how'd you go?
It's still actually, I've worked out it's the cash carryovers from the quarterly budget, and there was the original budget was no cash carryover. No.
So your question, Councillor Flannery?
I've worked it out. There was a zero cash carryover that was showing the original budget.
Okay.
Well, to answer the question for those who did ask me, if you look at the tables, it'll have cash carryovers, and then original budget on some of them are zeros because there's no cash carryover from the previous budget. So the current budget stands and the forecast budget stands.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, I've got one other question.
One other question.
Hopefully get an answer to. We've got two jobs in there. 106 860 on page 154, opening budget amount of 602,800. It's being deferred, 602,800 being deferred, which is a water mains renewal at Young. And yet, on the following page 155 at the top there, we're actually, on job 600239, we're actually writing in $600,000 to increase the budget for Young water mains renewals. I'm just wondering, what's the difference between job 106890 and 600239? And if they're the same job, where did the other $2,800 go to?
Through you, Madam Mayor, they are separate jobs, and that's why we're deferring the one which is the less urgent one to do the one, the 600,000 is the job we're doing, and the 602 is the one we're deferring. We should maybe put in a better description there to identify those separate water mains.
They are different. They are the one program, two different projects. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
I suggest that you probably need to make that a little bit clear in there, because
we can add a descriptor there because it's not
very clear at the moment, is it?
Through you, Madam Mayor, we will change that description.
Are those loan funded jobs?
Through you, Madam Mayor, no, I believe that the loan funded jobs we have been expending. So I think the 601, and I have to check that, the 601 is, the 602 one is a loan funded one, the 600 isn't. Or the other way around, I have to check.
Question, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Stedmiller.
Page 134, the deferral of Burley Griffin pipeline project in Harden to $1 million. When will that project get done and the other projects listed there? I have a feeling the Burley Griffin pipeline project, which would be Aubrey Street, has been on the books for a couple of years. Is it continually being deferred?
Base of page 134. In the dot point, it's the deferral of Burley Griffin pipeline project in Harden.
Yeah. Through you, Madam Mayor, I will be able to provide a further program of when that works will be executed once we have finalised the design and fully costed it.
My question was, though, how long has it been deferred for on the books?
I'm not sure. Through you, Madam Mayor, I'd have to take that on notice.
But I presume you are saying that the design is in
it's in progress, yes.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Let's get back to recommendation. If there are no further questions, all those in favour? Against? Yep, this is against. Okay, righto. Yes. Councillor Rolls and was it Councillor Hewson?
Councillor Rolls and Fitzgerald.
And Fitzgerald.
Yeah, so Councillor Rolls and Councillor Fitzgerald voted to accept, and then everyone else voted against, is what I recorded.
Yes, that's right. That's right. Okay, thank you. Thank you, everybody. Let's move on now to the next one, which is the 1217 Information System Status, November 2023.
I'll move the recommendation with a question.
Thank you, Councillor Armstrong, and a seconder.
Yeah, happy to second.
Thank you, Councillor Ingram. Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Question in regard to the report itself. I don't see any outcomes or achievements so far. Can I take it that the points in the revenue modules, are they all done? Are we currently doing that? I did ask this question last month, and we were advised that we'd achieved all that we set out to do in that regard. But I don't see any opportunity in here to that be pointed out, because I get some advice in that regard, please.
Yes, certainly. Yeah. No, all those points have been achieved.
Okay.
Yeah, so all those functions there have been achieved that we had not achieved in the past.
Are you certain about that? Oh, because I've just refreshed my memory from a meeting, council meeting, the 27th of May 2020, 3 years ago, Madam Mayor, for a report titled Technology One Systems Improvement. And the revenue team have been working with an external consultant to remediate aspects of the Technology One software regarding revenue and debtors issues. I see a few revenue and debtors issues in this report here. The majority of issues have now been rectified. Seems strange because they've had to be rectified again. And we believe that the remainder can be resolved internally. In addition to the work being undertaken to improve the functionality of the system, staff have now had better training on how to extract information and reports, which will allow them to establish and customise reports for outstanding accounts. Excellent, do it twice. Land values, deferred charges, interest, unpaid rates and water. Flag high water consumers and send notifications directly from the systems. There are still reports and procedures to be improved upon for water and rates, which will need to be scoped in the Technology One remediation plan. The team are also working with other councils to understand their reporting and determine if any of these reports could be developed for our system. So it seems like we're doing this for the second time, but you're telling me that all this has been done now.
Correct.
Thank you.
That's only been in the last month.
Yes. I do note that there's...
we started off, I think, in the last report, we started that process, and now we've achieved all that.
XL1 training has been done, has it?
No, not that. No, only on the revenue modules. That's all been achieved. The XL1 training is currently being scheduled right now. So I'm hoping that's on the next few weeks.
For item 3, the accounts payable and invoicing.
And that's also, in fact, another phone call today.
When will the date be set for that?
I'll advise you at the 13th December meeting. I'm actually in negotiation. I had Link 4 and Tech 1 negotiating with me today. So I'll set that date for the 13th December and the report writing.
In regards to the long-awaited enterprise asset module, what's the budget for this? And how will the project be managed? Because if I go back and look at an ARIC report a little bit later than that, we've actually done this a couple of times before too, but we've got to redo it again now. So can I just find out what the budget is and how it'll be the project will be managed, please?
Yeah, no, I can't answer that yet. I'm in discussions with Tech One. That will take some time. So there was a demonstration at Technology One last week. There were, I don't know, something like 60 odd councils there. It was a full house where they're actually demonstrating the new enterprise asset management, which is basically all the modules all linked together. That's something that I have to, so I went to that forum on the 14th. We have to scope that out. I'd have to scope that out and bring a report back. And when
will council receive that report? Or when do you envisage, my apologies, when would you envisage council receiving that report?
Let me have a discussion with Technology One. I'll see if I can update you on the 13th, but I don't know that I don't know that I'm going to have I won't have project plans and costings ready by then. No. This is a whole new system. There were 3 councils who actually at the demonstration highlighted what they've gone through. It's a massive change. I'll say that. It's quite a bit of work.
I'm just reminded of the huge cost incurred by council for the 2 previous failed attempts. So I'd very much like to know what the budget was and how it's to be managed.
Oh, definitely, and I want to bring that back to council, but I don't know that I won't have that information by the 13th of December. Not on the enterprise asset management. No.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to speak against receiving and noting this report, Madam Mayor. This has been going on for years, and I'm not sure where it's going to end. It just seems like a bad dream from one council meeting to the next. Councillor Armstrong's done some great work there, highlighting the fact that we have gone through this process on a number of occasions. More training, more money. No one seems to know how to use this software. The financial implications in the report say, as presented in the report, and if you read the report, there's no reference of any money except at the top of page 187, where there's something to change the system parameters to resolve the minimum 10-cent interest issue and advice on how to get forms expressed to add any small balance, $2 and under. But it's littered with training here, which has to be costing us money. Brisbane City Council took Technology One to court for a reason 7 or 8 years ago. This is a complete and utter failure. When are we going out to tender? And what is the mayor's strategy to move forward and find another information technology system here, because I'm dumbfounded again for another meeting, as I think other councils are.
Thank you, Councillor Stadmiller. We're dealing with what we've got at the moment. Do you want to make any comment?
There's been no costs incurred to date in relation to the training, the work that's been done on the revenue modules.
Yeah,
none at all.
Last month there was a couple of $1,000s of cost incurred though, so now you're saying none of this training.
No. Sorry, last month I was estimating the cost of the XL1 training. So that'll be refined. I'm actually in discussions with Tech One right now, and Link 4 rang me as well. In relation to the invoicing, I'll come back to council and let you know what the estimated costs are. There's been no costs incurred so far in relation to the work that's been done across the revenue modules. A lot of other councils are using the system quite successfully.
Yeah, and we're completely incapable of using the system. And I'd like to know what the full cost has been of Technology One from when it was first implemented and purchased to what it is now, because it would scare the ratepayer. And it's part of the reason why we nearly had an SRV go through tonight. And that please be reported back to council.
Have to extract that information out.
Yeah.
I'm not aware of that information at all.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Thank you for the report. I'll put it to the floor.
I am just asking
a question. Maybe last question. Thank you.
Item number 4, it says implement the enterprise asset management model. Technology One has developed an asset management model. I'll read from the October. Well, actually, I can take my pick whether I read from October or November. I might go to October. Technology One has developed an enterprise asset management suite of modules, which is being tested by other councils. The plan is to visit other councils, and it reads the same thing in November, except we've got a B for November. The strategy is to develop a project plan with milestones. So that's very good. I've been actually asking for a Gantt chart on where we're up to with milestones. We've now got it as a dot point. When will we actually get a project plan where we can see what your plan is and when you're going to achieve it by? Because you've actually written it here now. So I'm assuming you're referring to a Gantt chart or the like, so that we can understand where we're going to and when we're going to get there with this Technology One.
I haven't needed to, sorry, Councillor Flannery, I haven't needed to do that in relation to the revenue modules or the report writing and the accounts payable. Yes, I will have to do that, as I mentioned before and answered, get a project plan ready on the asset management module. That's a fairly big task. And at that point, I won't have that done within the next few weeks. That will take some time. I now realise that, having attended that course or that workshop that they held on the 14th of November. And then I'll get a project plan, estimated costs and so forth ready.
I've been asking for a Gantt chart, I think, for 4 months, and you've said, yes, you're happy to provide that, and I still haven't seen it. I'm fairly sceptical that we'll ever see a project plan with milestones for the asset management model, just to be quite frank. But do you think we could get a Gantt chart on the work that you've listed here? Because advice on journal contract processes, so that the CRA apply function will automatically apply credits, training on how to extract data on the valuation of the valuation baseline reconciliation process, training on how to extract data on the P&R transaction. It's all about advice, training, but there's nothing here on actually our staff achieving the outcomes. And I think that's what we need to know. So when the training becomes practice, that is what I would like to know as a councillor.
That's in place. Everything that's on that there for the revenue modules is in place.
So the training means achieved.
It's been achieved.
Actively being achieved.
Correct.
Right. Okay.
Now, I'm not saying the staff are experts at it now, but we do have support. So it hasn't cost anything at this point in time.
Well, wouldn't it be good to put achieved? Extraction or valuation baseline reconciliation? Wouldn't it be good to say achieved, that these are all the outcomes that we've now achieved?
Certainly I can do that.
That would be great. Then we know that we're actually getting somewhere. Because advice on journal contract processes, I've sat in plenty of talk fests where they give you advice and then you go to use it, you think, shivers. How do you do that again?
Okay.
Madam Mayor, just one more for the CFO. I agree with everything that Councillor Flannery said there about needing more information, but I want an honest answer if possible. Are we giving you a spoon with technology one when you need a fork and it's unworkable? I want an honest opinion. What do you think? Are we giving you a spoon when you need a fork? Can you get this thing to work?
I think I made the comment, having seen it on display by a number of councils twice now, October, I think it was whenever I went last time in November. A number of other councils are using the system quite successfully.
But we
much more advanced than what we are.
We haven't for nearly 7 years though. So do you think we will ever get there? Are we going to get there year 8, 9, 10? And then by the time we get there, 10, it's end of life and we can start with something else anyway. Or we can start now with something else. That's what I'm worried about.
I can't possibly project. I think I said initially, I'm looking forward, not back. I have said that now in a couple of forums. In terms of how long, I need to get a project plan ready on asset management. Once I actually get the report writing in place, which was costing the other report, that will enable us to extract a lot of information out of the system, which we're not currently doing.
Okay, so
we're aware of that.
All right. Thank you. I think we
Madam Mayor, we started on this Technology One program because people thought it was wonderful and they saw, they went to workshops and thought, gee, this is a gee whiz program. So I accept the director's comments that it's a gee whiz program, but I think Councillor Stabno's question is, are we capable of achieving the outcomes of this program? And there are lots of fantastic programs that have wonderful functions, but whether they are achievable is the question.
I believe they are achievable.
And by when?
I think I just said the report writing and the accounts payable modules will be in place shortly. I'll advise on the 30th of December. Currently, number 4, got to get a project plan ready and understand what's involved. I couldn't say whether that's 3 months, 4 months or 6 months.
Well, I think we need to know, because if you don't think they're achievable within 6 months, should we be even starting? Shouldn't we just focus on what we've got?
Well, I need to meet with Technology One with a number of other staff, and then we need to actually visit. We're going to visit a couple of other councils, which is also on the agenda, and a number of other councils have done the same thing that we're intending to do, and then we can actually get a project plan in place.
So what's the time frame for meeting with other councils? I really think we've got to have this as a nailed down issue, whether we actually adopt the enterprise management suite or whether we don't adopt it, because I don't want to see us go down another rabbit hole.
I'm trying to get 2 and 3 finished before Christmas, currently finishing off audit. But what I'll do, I'll make a phone call to one of the councils we're going to visit, and I'll actually update you on the 13th of December of when we can actually get to those councils, which wouldn't be till January. To be sincere in terms of the planning of people going on leave, I can't get that organised before Christmas, and I wouldn't do it because we're in the process of finalising audit.
I appreciate all that. I look forward to the report on the 13th of January, but I do have grave concerns that if you can't give us a time frame for the implementation, it's just another outstanding Technology One matter that will continue to file with.
All right, thank you.
We have just one quick question.
Yes.
Sorry. Norm, CFO, do you think that we are 30% through getting Tech One to its full function? Do you think we're halfway through? Do you think what percentage of the way through do you think we are? How do you find the staff finding it?
The staff are comfortable with the system.
Okay.
They're comfortable with the change the system. They basically said to me that they don't want to change the system.
Okay.
Obviously now that it's bedded down. In the report
down.
Sorry?
It's not bedded down. It's a disgrace.
Thank you. Let the CFO.
Sorry for my incursion, but it's not bedded down.
Thank you, Councillor Stedner.
Yeah, we're not in school.
Thank you. No, we're in council. Thank you.
We have two staff members who are very experienced in the report writing. I want to explode that in the finance infrastructure area, and that will enable us to extract a lot of reports, which councils are asking for, more readily than we do now. In relation to the accounts payable, that's a different thing. That's actually bringing in e-invoicing and actually providing more functionality where we'll actually then be able to get more procurement functions done within that function. On the revenue side, given the workload that's in revenue at the moment with debt collection, sale of land, etc., that's me being able to use the resources in that area where they are, have a mountain of work to do, with debts that go back several years. And so that's a big issue. In the general ledger report writing side of things, we might only be about 50% of the way there. Once we get that training done, and we actually can start to roll out reports that councillors want and we want internally as well, that the general manager and myself actually want, that will be a big improvement.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor, noting that we didn't actually get an answer to the question, specific answer to Councillor Foreman's question, which was how far percentage-wise are we through? Could I ask that the director bring us back a report as for the December meeting detailing how far we are through? And I'll say it again, if we had a Gantt chart, it'd be sitting right in front of us how far we are through.
Okay, thank you, Councillor.
Question for the Mayor. Can the Mayor please tell us, after what is now a previous term of council and this term of council as Mayor, what is your plan regarding where we're going with information technology here and with Technology One? You've seen the whole thing the same the rest of us have. Where are we going? You're the leader of the organisation.
Sorry, through you.
Yeah, well, from my perception, and being in that time, I can see that there is order and learning coming and that we are moving forward. No matter what we say, we have to have a system in place. Talking with some of the staff at different times, not what they're doing, but they, as the CFO has said, people are becoming comfortable with it. And I also think that in the last few years, we are making great strides. I think from my knowledge of any system, it's continuous, it's ongoing, and it's always evolving. And I think that we're seeing more and more parts of Tech One coming on board. And that, to my mind, is also helping us in what we're all asking, that we become more efficient and more effective. So there you are. I think we've had a lot of discussion. I will put it.
One question that relates to one of the items there, please, Madam Mayor. Just it's a general question. In regards to on page 187, there's a note there, training on utilising the GL account posting inquiry to obtain the GL transactions that have been posted from P&R to financials, in brackets CES. I don't believe it's the Commonwealth Employment Services. That'd be the financial system. Yes. And P&R would be property and rating, would it?
Correct.
Fantastic. For reconciling between the two systems, this data and the P&R generated reports to be checked against the reports generated in CES. So in other words, in lay speak, you've got to make sure that the property and rating ledger balances with the financial ledger.
Correct.
Otherwise, there's an imbalance there.
Correct.
And that process doesn't appear to be an automated process with Tech One.
Yeah, okay. There's two ways to that. But what we're doing, when you say automated, we pull a report out. It's now that report now extracts information out of the P&R system, and we agree that to the figure that's sitting in the account code or that cost centre in the GL.
So the system doesn't automatically update the GL, the general ledger, with the transactions in your property system.
We're looking at that as well.
You've got it.
We're looking at that as well.
That's a disgrace.
Yeah. No, we're looking at that as well.
Even MYOB would do that. That's an absolute disgrace. I think that's an excellent opportunity for the system to come out of balance. And I'd encourage you to make sure that was done on a daily basis and verified that it's done on a daily basis.
It is, and as you know, it's audited as well at year end. Yeah.
Right, thank you, councillors. I'm going.
Councillor Foreman, Councillor Fitzgerald, Councillor Mackie, Councillor Rolls, Councillor Hewson, Councillor Armstrong, Councillor Piper, Councillor Dodd, Councillor Stabenow, 4, except, and those against, Councillor Flannery and Councillor Stabenow.
All right, thank you. All right, let's move on now to 12.8, 23,295, and these are the development application statistics. Do I have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Foreman, and a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Piper. Councillor Foreman, do you have any questions?
No, I don't, but I did have maybe a question that can be taken on notice. I just with the development, sorry, Director, with the development application statistics, we get the stop. Sorry.
Yes, we have taken note.
We've taken note of councillor leaving. That may be a comfort break, councillor. But that's happened before.
With we see the DAs on this, and we have our stop clocks and our notified and all that. So then once the development applications go, say they're approved or whatever, and they go into our system for processing, for want of a better terminology, how we seem to have a lot of development that does take a long time once it gets into the council system for processing. So I just wondered, when I look at it, I just think mainly of subdivisions and things like that. It does tend to take like quite a few years for some of them to be finalised. Is there a way that we could be updated or know how long certain long-term, like the stages where they're at, or what's happening with long-term, I guess, developments that are still in council for processing?
Yep. So through you, Madam Mayor, this is a report on development applications, which is part of the whole development process. There are two. Once a DA has been approved, they usually find their way to either be something constructed as like a dwelling construction certificate, or if it's a subdivision, there's a subdivision work certificate. We do not provide you a report on those two matters in the way that we do with the DA report. So the DA is part of a development process, but it's not the entire process. I just would like to say that also, from a planning perspective, we're deeply invested in Tech One. We use it a lot. And so one of the things that we've just implemented is through a state funded grant to do an API, which is a feature that means that our Tech One, our property and rating system, where we do the work, it talks directly now to the planning portal. So what used to happen is that the information was, we'd take up the planning portal, we would manually download it, put it into Tech One, we would work on it in Tech One and upload it. That downloading and uploading is now being automated. And I just wanted to signal that the report you'll get next month may be a little different, because there is some recalibration of the dates as we are doing the automation. So if you were to compare this month to next month, some of the dates of the times might change as we actually get a single source of truth. And that's just been the reality of, working in between two systems. That will no longer be the case going forward.
Question just on that matter then. To me, it sounds, and listening to our community in regard to timelines and our planning department, which was supposedly getting better, it's now seems like it's getting harder to talk to a human being. You go to the portal, now Tech One's going to do work. And we got, and I noticed there's an economic strategy meeting being held. It was held at the club tonight. Just a bit unfortunate timing when we've got a council meeting on and we couldn't be there. To help people who want to invest and help our economic strategy. It all seems to be getting more automated, or is it just me? All I hear back is, we call, we don't get called back. You can't get to talk to the planning. You've got to go through a portal. Is there any relief in sight for people who want to deal with local government?
So through you, Madam Mayor, one of the advantages of automation is that means we're taking the grunt work out of the system. So time that the team was spending just moving documents from one system to another will be eliminated. That means that we can then invest that time in either doing more assessments or more time working with customers. We actually had a development forum this morning, as you'd be aware. We reported in the last council newsletter. One of the issues we talked about there was getting the right balance between providing that upfront advice to applicants so that they, so we're all on the same page about what's required, versus the time we need to actually assess applications Bearing in mind that we're in an environment, and we've got a take home that we're going to work on and report back to the development forum.
So would that be in the form of like maybe a checklist or something along those lines, so people know exactly, particularly developers, what they actually do need? Because often they get a shock of what, they wanted this certificate, that certificate, holds up the whole chain, the process again, and it can blow out to years before a subdivision certificate, say, is issued.
So you, Madam Mayor, actually at the developers forum this morning, we actually gave them a checklist for the DAs of things that we require. So that's one of the kind of value adds that we've been working on. So that group got that, and we'll be obviously promoting that and putting that on our website in the days ahead.
I look forward to the developers contacting me and telling me how happy they are.
Question, Madam Answer.
Councillor Piper.
Page 193. The DA there in June, the DA is 2023-0081. It's for a free-range poultry. How is that progressing?
So for you, Madam Mayor, it's currently under on Stop the Clock. There's a number of issues to work through. Essentially, the requirements are in detailed plans, and some elevations of the floor plans are required. There's we need to clarify some requirements with Water New South Wales with regard to a bore water use. Yes, so there's a number of matters that are back with the applicant to resolve.
Okay, thank you. If there are no more questions.
Question in regard to sorry, Madam
Councillor
Mayor.
Armstrong.
Regard DA 2022-0197, favourite, 48 Smith Street, Harden. I'm just wondering whether there's been any developments in that regard, in regards to the drainage that was holding that one back.
So, to you, Madam Mayor, nothing new to report.
Previously, the director reported that there was to be a meeting organised between the proponent and council. Just wondering, did that meeting proceed?
So to you, Madam Mayor, I need to look back on what I said. The last time I thought I said was that we were expecting the consultant to be coming back with the revised application after they'd talked to the applicant about their requirements, and that was imminent about 3 months ago, and we've yet to receive that. So
that's from the consultant. Thank
so there's
you.
been no meetings?
No.
Thank you.
We've had questions. I'll put it to the vote, I think. Put it to the floor. Those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you, everybody. Let's move on to 12-9-23-296.
So moved.
I think. So moved. Thank you, Councillor Stadmiller. And the seconder? Okay. Thank you, Councillor Fitzgerald. Any discussion? If not, I'll put it to the floor. Those in favour? Thank you. Unanimous. We'll move on to 12-10-23-297, the residential subdivision, 2 lots at 117 Farm Street, BOOROWA. Do I have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Stadmiller. A seconder? Thank you, Councillor Piper. Any questions? If not, I'll put it to the floor. Those in favour? Thank you. Unanimous. Let's move on to the next one. 12-11-23-298, Dwelling House, Whites Road, Young. The recommendation is in front of you. Do I have a mover? Councillor Armstrong, thank you. And a seconder? Councillor Foreman. All right. Any questions?
Just a question in regard to the surrender of the previous consent. I'm just wondering what that previous consent was, and whether that consent has been acted upon in recent times.
So to you, Madam Mayor, it was a previous consent for it was surrendering existing use rights to for a depot. I'm not Yep. So it's surrendering those existing use rights in favour of the residential use.
So there's been no consent issue. Thank you.
All right. If there's no more questions, I'll put it to vote. Those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you, everybody. Okay, we'll move on to 12-12-23-299. Modification to consent vehicle sales premises on 29 Wickham Lane, Young. Do I have a mover? It's on page 400. Councillor Armstrong, you move.
Okay.
Thank you. And do I have a seconder? Well, Councillor Piper. Okay. Are there any questions?
One here, Madam Mayor. This appears to have two parts to it. I would have thought that there would have been some sort of scope to allow for the bitumen seal to go from the road edge to the edge of the property, but this is putting both of them together. Why is that the case?
So through you, Madam Mayor, this is what's in front of you is essentially a request for you to consider modifying the consent so they do not need to do the access way and the sealing of the area to support the commercial use of their activity, primarily on the basis that there's an existing use which is actually more intensive. And the assessment is saying, we understand that, and if you want to continue doing that intensive use, you're free to do that, but then you can't take advantage of an opportunity of putting on a DA application for a commercial use. But given that the application is for a commercial use, our DCP does require the sealing of the area and the access way, and that's what those conditions are, and that is what we have done on similar exercises, applications, and it is in accordance with our DCP rules. So, yeah.
Thank you. If there are no more questions, I'll put it to vote. Those in favour? Is it? Yes, it is. Okay. It is called it? Yeah. Okay. It was unanimous. Do you want to see it again? No, you're right.
I'm just shaking my head because of the comment that they're DCP rules. It's a overarching policy.
Okay. Thank you. Well, Councillor Stadmiller? Against. 12-13-23-300, dwelling house at 95 Farm Street, BOOROWA.
Move the recommendation.
Okay.
Second that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Armstrong, do you want to?
I'm reasonably happy with the proposals, even though the width is perhaps not as great as the blocks nearby. I think that the depth more than compensates that. 96 metres deep, that's against 20 metres wide. I'm aware of blocks in areas like Nuttall Crescent that perhaps would be similar size.
Okay, righto. Thank you for your comment. If there are no further questions, comments, I'll put it to vote. Those in favour? You're against. Councillor Sundry is against. Thank you. Let's turn to 12-14-23-301, draft Hilltops Council financial assistance and sponsorship policy.
So moved.
Thank you, Councillor Stadmiller. And a seconder, Councillor Fitzgerald. Any questions? I'll put it to the floor. Those in favour? Noting that Councillor Dodd is out of the room. It's unanimous. Thank you very much. Oh, no, pardon me. Oh, so that's counted.
It's unanimous for the councillors that are here. She's not voted and she's absent. So it's still unanimous.
It's against.
Vote against. You attend the meeting and you absent yourself, that's a vote against.
If you're out of the room, taken as.
Look, I'll check that in the code. It was not my understanding. If they're not in the room, you're not counted. But
anyway, no matter what, it has been passed. All right, let's go on. I think it was more comfortable. 12:15, establishment of alcohol-free zones in Harden, Murrumburrah. Thank you, Councillor Fitzgerald. Thank you, Councillor Ingram. Any comments?
Just a comment. Harden and this precinct actually now without 4 of the pubs. They're all shut, so which makes this a little bit amusing. They can have it in Murrumburrah, but the Harden end of town actually doesn't have any of the 4 pubs currently operating. Sign of the times economically.
Hey, thank you. Thank you for that. Okay, we'll put it to the vote. Those in favour? Thank you. Unanimous.
With one
noting Councillor Dodd is that.
Madam Mayor, just a point of order on that. On page 21 of the Code of Meeting Practice 11.4, a councillor who is present at a meeting of the council but fails to vote on a motion put at the meeting is taken to have voted against the motion.
Yes, it is.
And it's correct. It's against the motion. Thank you, Councillor.
That's what you, yes, we acknowledge that. And I think
it's quite clear, as Councillor Armstrong says, if you're absent, you voted against the motion. So.
Okay, let's go on to 12:16. Pardon me. Here we go.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to move that this be deferred to the December meeting, and I'd like to speak for the reasons for the deferral. If I get a second.
Happy to second.
Madam Mayor, thank you. The reason I actually asked for this report to be brought back, and I asked for the details of the roads to recovery, for the funding details and the council voting in relation to the funding for both the Ubindal Road and the Cunningar Road intersection with Galong Road. Now, we've got a report which is generalistic in nature, but doesn't give the specifics relating to when the money was voted for. And if you look at the photo on page 462, it details, perhaps should have, which is the direction of each roads for the councillors. But clearly that road there, that intersection upgrade, shows work going both ways. However, the report details that VPA funds have been used, and the VPA funds do not apply to the upper part of the photo because that road is not eligible for VPA funding at the moment. So I've had this discussion with the director that I don't believe VPA funding is entitled to be used specifically on that intersection for vehicles that would be heading northbound. Also, when you look at page 463, table 2, regional block grant 300,000, roads to recovery 175,000. Above it is the roads to recovery funding. However, there's nothing on the regional block grant, and this relates to the Cunningar Road and Galong Road intersection. This road we received, the Galong Road as a whole, we by and large received state government funding for its upgrade so it can be used for heavy vehicles to support Galong Road northbound BW usage. We didn't have sufficient funding to do the intersections, the Ubindal Road intersection. In fact, we voted down a transfer of roads to recovery funding for the Galong Road, Ubindal Road intersection because it was being transferred, I've forgotten which road, but from roads in Young Shire, the roads to recovery funding was, and from memory, we voted down 69,000, which left them short of the required funding. However, they did manage to come up with the funding because I missed it, but it happened to slip through in a general vote of money. But there's no details in this report of where the $300,000 block grant has come from. But you'll notice the total of $475,000 plus the money for the New Bindle Road of $336,000, which is $800,000. We were promised by Greymont Mines $900,000 in gravel for the use on the road, but no one ever bothered to actually write to them, and Greymont sold to the current owners. Sabilco sold to Greymont, and we missed out on the $900,000 that they promised as part of the grant funding, because when Greymont took over, and I don't even know where the council went to them, but if they did bother going to them, when I spoke to Greymont, they said, oh, no one told us about it and we were under no obligation. It wasn't part of the deed of sale. So we have effectively voted out $800,000 of council funding to upgrade 2 intersections that should otherwise be covered by Sabilco money, or I would argue in the case of the Cunningar Road intersection, the debit balance should be set up against what will be a VPA fund once the road is open, and the money should go back to regional roads recovery grants. So I urge councillors to defer this report, and we be brought back the full details of the votes of money, and including a report, which I have asked for numerous times, on roads to recovery funding, so that the money can be, the regional block grant can properly be allocated back to the roads that need it, not to a brand new road. We are, I will make this point to new councillors, putting regional road block grant to a brand new road, and that is wrong. It is wrong, wrong, wrong.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Sundry. Well, we have in front of us that council defer the report to December 2023 meeting. Who's, those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. Go to 1216 23 303, upgrades to Galong Road. Oh, pardon me. Here we go.
Happy to move.
12, roads to recovery. Moved by Councillor Ingram, seconded by Councillor Flannery.
Question.
Councillor Stadmiller.
How long's Rockdale Road? And what sort of standard are we trying to bring it up to? I have little knowledge of where it is. I know it's on the back of Millvale Road there, Judah.
It's
Through you, Madam Mayor. Rockdale Road, the reason for the upgrade there is some stormwater management that has to happen. However, the purpose of the report was because the previous resolution of council was that we bring back Rockdale Road upgrade project to do the entire road, and that is to ensure that there will be double access for the industrial area, because that is a highly industrial area there. And then at the end of Rockdale Road, there is the RFS or SES shed there. So that is the whole of Rockdale Road. And I can't remember the kilometres. I'm sorry, it just slips my mind right now.
Another question. What's the orange coloured dirt piece there on the right? Is that the development in progress?
The dirt on the corner of Millvale and Rockdale Road, that is a development that's underway at the moment, yes.
And is that industrial or what is it?
That area is industrial zoned.
Speak to me.
yes.
Thank
Councillor Ingram.
Thank you. Councillors, Madam Deputy Mayor spoke passionately about this also at the last council meeting in regards to a matter that has been hanging around for a long, long time. Rockdale Road. It's talked about, promises were made. I know promises get broken. Council said we'd look at Rockdale Road a number of years ago, and I was part of that process, and it's been a long time coming. And here we have the opportunity with funding that hadn't been spent to upgrade a section of road that is involving a brand new industrial estate. We're all looking for industrial areas, being industrial areas. Already a pre-existing, expanding, Australian-wide recognised industrial business. And then we have emergency services down the end. I could not think of a more appropriate project to be undertaken, given that we have to have this money expended in a certain time by having this money allocated to Rockdale Road rather than split up into 15 different areas and get nothing completed. I think it is a great use of the money that hadn't been spent previously, and I would seek council's support in the works and the funding going towards Rockdale Road. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ingram.
Madam Mayor, I'd be
Okay.
happy to support. I'd just like to know how long it is so I know what we're getting per 100 metres or kilometre. Is it 500?
It says change 500 each.
Yeah.
So presumably the end of it's
Yeah.
500 metres from the start. It's change 0.
Yeah.
To the start, I would think.
500 metres and $1.5 million.
Question, Madam Mayor, just in regard to what the Director, in regard to the notation there that there's an option being sought for a cement, a concrete type pavement option.
Yes.
Can that just please be expanded upon, and the reasons why a concrete type pavement option would be considered, and whether there will be options for flexible pavements and or other inflexible pavements such as asphalt concrete.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the concrete type pavement is a hard-wearing pavement that has quite a long life, and it is something that is being more frequently used, and it is an option that will be included in the tender. So we do need to go out to tender with this work because it is a significant piece of work, and our crews are busy delivering the rest of the capital program. So we will be going out to tender, and the tender will include options such as the flexible pavements as well. And that report will be brought to council as the outcome of the tender process and what the costs are associated with that. It's an opportunity for us to understand what the concrete pavement works. It's pretty much like you're doing fibers where you have concrete not in reinforced steel but in fibers, and that you put into the concrete. It's something that we are looking into, and we will get the prices through the tender process.
What experience does council have in maintaining and repairing concrete pavements? I'm unfamiliar with I'm not aware of any concrete pavements in any of the former Youngshire area. I don't think I can think of too many in Boorowa either. There may be some in Harden, perhaps. But what experience does council have in those in regards to the maintenance and repair of those type pavements?
There are a few areas, through you, Madam Mayor, that do have these concrete small areas, albeit I can get some references that we can see. My understanding is the maintenance is minimal on these, and that's why we're looking into it.
Thank you. Righto.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to speak against the motion. And I refer everyone to page 466, and I refer particularly those who voted for the table. My concern is, and it's been raised throughout the meeting, it was raised in relation to the SRV, that we had, I think it was $3.1 million of money we had to spend by June next year. And when I looked at the table, and I spoke vociferously at the last meeting against some of the line items, but if you look at the Chums Lane culvert, 500,000, Altamora Road, 10 documents finalised, 400,000, Wagila Road, 360,000. And I took machinery along the MURRINGO Road last week, which comes out on Shoes Lane, I think it is. And we waxed lyrical during winter about the urgent need for work there, and it has been cut back. But when I took the machinery through Douglas Gap Road, I haven't seen it in as good a condition in my entire life. It's been clean graded, trees removed. I don't know why, but we could actually get our headers through with ease. And yet the asphalt, which was undrivable, has had gravel surface resheeting. Didn't list a mention in Councillor Ingram's report, but I'm not too sure whether it's because it's asphalt and it's been stripped back to gravel, but it's not on this list. I was flabbergasted by the amount of money that we haven't spent as part of our grants program, given it didn't rate a mention in winter that we had that amount of money unspent. And I look at the list and it just hit me in the face. We've gone for maximum dollars, minimum projects. And I just put it to those councillors who voted for the adoption and who said these bridges are urgent. It's the oldest bridge, Chums Lane, out of date for 20 years, that I think we are better than this, that we have to go and spend a large amount of money in a short time. So we pick projects where we can get a large amount of money offloaded quickly. That's how this report reads to me. How can we spend, and whilst I do support the Rockdale Road, the way we go about doing our capital works is just lacking, I don't know what the proper word for it is so that I don't overly insult anyone, but it's lacking any amount of proper analysis is probably the best way of putting it. And I think there are so many more roads that need doing that we turn up with projects where we can just spend money quickly because we're not going to spend our budget in time and then we'll lose the money.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Flannery. Any?
Through you, Madam Mayor. Just assuming everything goes well tonight and the Rockdale Road is terrific, what time period are you putting on to have it finished?
Through you, Madam Mayor, as is indicated, $1.5 million. We will have to go out to tender for it. We have already, we have got a design done. That is something that has been developed over the last 2 years or so. So that design is done. We do have a design and we have had a few road projects that have gone out. So we will launch the tender pretty soon. And we want to get that tender awarded before the end of the year because it is that time of year as well. So we need to see. We're always in the hands of the respondents to these tenders and see what we get from the marketplace with the hope that we actually get somebody on the ground in February, March next year.
Going back to what Councillor England had to say before about it, the development going in there, it looks to be, probably 25% complete. And I know for a fact that he has people wanting to rent on it. And 2 of them have already left and gone somewhere else, not too young, because this project wasn't finished. And I think the last time I spoke, I didn't beg, but I pointed out that's where we're going to need all of our firefighting equipment coming down that road. And it looks like it's going to be a pretty bad season.
So, Councillor Piper, are you speaking for?
I'm just asking let's get it done.
I take that as a full.
I think I will take that as a full too, Councillor.
In respect to Councillor Flannery's concerns about how some of the business is done, and he knows that I concur with that. I think I mentioned at the last meeting when I brought Rockdale Road up and the Deputy Mayor speaking with me because we'd spoke to people down there recently. This didn't come out of thin air. This has been on the horizon for a long time. And I felt that it probably should have been on last month's agenda. It wasn't. We debated. There were some amendments that went around here tonight. And again, I would ask for council support to let's complete a section of road that is really important to our district. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Ingram. If there are no more speakers, I'll put it to the floor. Those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. Okay, let's go to 1218, 23, 305, and that's the operational works report. Do we have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Ingram and Councillor Well, I was looking over this way. Councillor Foreman, your hand was up too, was it? Or councillors? There are so many. Councillor Stedmiller, we'll give you
I'm happy to concede to Councillor Foreman.
Okay, righto. No, it was actually Councillor Ingram.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The first question I have is the report seems to have changed. I don't know. It's an operational works report now. which doesn't include anything to do with gravel resheeting. Is that because it's capital and it's going to be reported somewhere else, or we just haven't been doing anything? Because before I make some statements a little bit later, I'd like to make sure of staff's point, presenting this works report to us with nothing to do now with gravel resheeting.
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, we have had some amendments to the report based on feedback that we've received through the questions that we've been receiving every time the report comes up. And there has seemed to be a bit of confusion between capital and when we do gravel resheeting, there was a big concern about, is this maintenance or is this capital? And we've sought to try and clarify that we separate the two, and that gravel resheeting is capital works. That's clear. When we do maintenance grading, that's what's in the operational works report. And you will see that we have maintained the gravel resheet program. The program is still in the part of this works report, but the capital work that is done on gravel resheeting is part of the capital program, and that is now reflected in the capital works program.
I don't think I know. I spoke pretty passionately about this before, about having the gravel resheeting program reported to councillors, given that we set the budget for it. I've been questioning the budget and where the funds have been spent for I don't know how long now. And you know what I find out, councillors? The reporting between gravel resheeting and just grading up the road, they were calling that gravel resheeting. I cannot believe that since we've been here in the last couple of years, all this reporting has been inaccurate. So there I got reprimanded last year when I said some comments about where that gravel resheeting of nearly $700,000 for the former young LGA for gravel resheeting disappeared and went somewhere else. No. I asked whether there's a misappropriation of funds or funds spent in the wrong area. No. Well, guess what? Now I'm getting no reports about gravel resheeting at all. Now, how that can happen or how staff think that that's going to be tolerated, it's another matter to be talked about at a later date. And I note your comment about you keeping the gravel resheeting program. Well, I'm pleased you are. There'd be some trouble if we weren't. What would we do with all that money? So, in light of what we spoke about earlier in regard to fiscal management of council, as councillors who have to answer to the public, how can we answer when we set a budget, yet we're kept in the dark about how much money's been spent and where it's been spent? I don't want someone telling me there's 5 kilometres of gravel resheeting being done, because that doesn't answer the question unless it's in one place. Because there are 3 funding allocations the council will set for the 3 former LGAs. And if there's $650,000 set for one LGA and they're only getting $200,000 and it's going somewhere else, councillors, that's wrong. Now we would have all had the amount of complaints that are coming in from the western side of our beautiful hilltops in regard to the roads. That will tell you that the $650,000 hasn't been spent gravel resheeting. Throwing a couple shovel loads of gravel on the road, that's not gravel resheeting. And when we get these reports, which I'll save till later on questions on notice, you're talking about, $20,000 a kilometre. Yet no one's happy, but the money's disappearing. And now, how do I track it now? There's no reporting to me at all about it. Well, I'm sorry. That's not just good enough. I'll bring a notice of motion to the next meeting that the gravel resheeting program is specifically reported to councillors, where, lengths and costs.
Question to Councillor Ingram.
Councillor Armstrong.
Council, the capital works report that council adopted, reporting regime that council adopted last year. We haven't seen a capital works report for 7 months on that. Would that satisfy your desire for a capital works report that included gravel resheeting?
Well, yes and no. It most certainly will, but I want to see it. We haven't seen one for 7 months. So it's no good saying I'll put it in there and not presenting it to me or to us. This goes back to the point we spoke about, our fiscal management and reporting to councillors so we can respond to our community. I'm sorry. The day has come where we'll take it on notice. We'll do it next time. I'm very sorry, and don't mean to be offensive, and I don't want to be offensive to staff. I appreciate that work you do. I've said it before, the job is too big. But if I'm to sit here and go home and sleep at night and talk to the people who put me here, I need to be able to explain why we're running these deficits. And I need to be able to explain where council laws allocated funding is being spent in an appropriate manner. Take it on board. There's going to be a capital works report. Bring it back to us with the details on the costings, please.
Thank you. I'll put it.
Question, Mayor.
Yes, Councillor Flannery.
Similar to Councillor Ingram, there's a gravel resheet program 23-24. Could we have a budget for it? And I mean, I did count them up earlier today. I've forgotten. I won't to bother everyone with the list of roads, but I note there's 6 roads there that I can identify in the former Harden Shire. Unless I misunderstand some of the roads, it would be appreciated if we could get the extent and the money that is to be spent on the gravel resheet program. I note that there are a number of roads listed as complete, and so if we could have a budget item at how much has been expended and how much remains, because we do have QBRs, albeit tonight it wasn't adopted, so I'm not too sure what happens about our QBRs now, but it may well be that council has to revise the budget, because I can't see, when I look at the list of complete items, that we've expended 156 or 124,000. We don't know the quantum of that amount, whether we have to vote funds out in or roads in or out. I note Douglas Gap Road is on the gravel resheet program. I note that it's listed on the maintenance grading program as being complete. It says Douglas Gap Road on page 469. It was 19.7 kilometres, 19.7 kilometres graded, and I will say a tremendous job has been done, but I'm not too sure why it is still on the gravel resheet program for the upcoming year, page 471, April 24. I didn't see, I noticed there's a culvert that's collapsed. Perhaps that needs some gravel putting in it, but I'm not too sure whether gravel resheeting needs to occur on that. I asked at the last meeting about Copang Road, and it hasn't had any grading for a number of years. And could it be listed for grading? It's still not listed. I would have thought that it needs to be included in the gravel resheet program as well, given the state of it. But could the director please provide us with some metrics for the gravel resheet program, kilometres, dollars spent, and remaining amount? There's a number of other questions I had. Morringo Flat Road, Morringo Stock Route, Shays Road is listed as complete. I won't bore everyone with the details.
Question, Madam Mayor, to the Director. Recently, I've had some complaints in regard to the Morringo to Young to Boorowa Road to the boundary this side. The condition of the road, particularly in the area of the former boundary, immediately west is atrocious. I had reason to drive out there to have a look at it. There appears to not have been a patching crew through there for some while. I think that we need to get a patching crew out onto that road ASAP, given that this is the busiest time of the year. We're going to get thousands and thousands and thousands of tourists travelling from Canberra on that road. It is, at the moment, it is absolutely unsuitable. Cars are driving off on the wrong side of the road to dodge the potholes. That's a recipe for disaster. We need to do something about it ASAP.
I did raise a point in the last, when I spoke against the last motion, albeit voted for it, and mentioned the Ringo to Young Road, and why it wasn't on the question. I guess I should have put is why it was not listed under the Roads to Recovery funding, because it certainly got a lot of attention in winter. Can the director answer why that it wasn't listed in the roads to recover? When we were told at the last meeting that, Gila Road was dangerous, even though we had $3 million spare in the kitty, somehow.
Through Madam Mayor, we have allocated various funding. I know Murringo Road we have to look into. Wigilia Road, in the previous paper that went to the October meeting, we articulated why Wigilia Road was one of the roads that we put on for the Roads to Recovery program. We do have other funding, and we will have a look at the Murringo Road and the concerns that have been raised tonight, and we'll address it then.
Madam Mayor, this was raised in winter. We received we were bombarded with emails in winter about the state of this road, and we were told there wasn't money available at the time, even though in October, as we all found out, there was $3.1 million we now have to expend by next June, or it'll be a use it or lose it from the state government. I don't accept the answer that we will look into it.
Right. Thank you.
Can I just,
Councillor Foley?
just one last question. Do we have like a standard, so when we're doing gravel resheeting, is there like a say an estimated cost per kilometre for every, you know what I mean? So do we have like, say it might cost, I have no idea, say $5,000 to do 1 kilometre of gravel resheeting. Is that a regular amount of money? Is that, because I just think, does it fluctuate that much? Does it, from 5 kilometres of a kilometre of road, $5,000, does it go up and down a lot? Does it depend on the condition of the road? Because just going back to trying to work out how much money it costs for each, say, kilometre of road to gravel resheet, when you're reporting it back. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Sorry.
So through you, Madam Mayor, there is in the questions on notice that was put to us on Monday and is in the business paper. You will see a list of roads there that we've gravel resheeted. You'll see the length of the road and you'll see the total dollar figure. And it does fluctuate. It does fluctuate. You can see it goes up and down depending on the road. And it's very dependent on weather conditions, well, not on weather conditions specifically, but on the weather that the road has seen, as well as if there's any unknowns that happen on the road. And when we go to a road, we do have an idea of what the costs are, and that's provided there. But each time we go to a road, it depends on how the depth of the gravel we have to put on there and what we're doing on the drainage, etc. So it does vary according to the conditions. And the roads in the last 2 years have significantly changed. Conditions that when they expect to go to a road and say, well, I know that there's a bit of a water patch there that I have to be mindful of, that has changed and those have shifted. So it does vary, but you can look at the question of notice. There's lengths and there's costs there, and it fluctuates depending on the road.
And the average is $18,000
Yeah.
on that 8.5 kilometres.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor.
But some roads are 22,000 and other roads are less. Yeah, the average is $18,000, but it depends on the road itself and the condition of the road before you start the work. So it's not just take 1 times by 20 and you've got the answer to the road.
Question through you, Madam Mayor. There's been a number of roads where fallen limbs and trees have been chipped, by and large, by Hilltops vegetation management. Could the director please advise what funding bucket that has come out of? I'm assuming that council has authorised the work.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'd have to come back to you on that. I'll take that on notice.
What do you need to come back to me?
I have to provide you with the details of the funding of the under which that work was undertaken. I don't know which roads you're referring to. I'd have to see if it's specific to that road. In other words, we had to do a clearing before we had to work on that road, and that comes from the funding on the road itself. I'm not aware that we have a separate funding just for clearing of roads, but we do generally attach whatever we're doing on the side of the road to the work on the road. So I'd need to understand what roads we've done the chipping on first. I don't have that information with me today.
Well, I'm referring to Mockery Road in particular, and Councillor Ingram might be able to help me. Holland, the road that he's on. Well, there's been chipping on either out on the west side of Young that was raised in a weeds committee meeting. There's been chipping by Hilltops vegetation management on a number of council roads, and I'm wondering where the funding's coming from and who authorised it.
And I think the director has said that you'll take that on notice. Okay, thank you. All right, if there are no more questions, I'll put it to the vote. Those in favour?
Unanimous.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah.
Councillor Stedman, did you have your hand?
Yeah.
Okay, unanimous. Thank you, everybody. Let's move on, please. Correspondence for information. Do I have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Foreman, and a seconder. Councillor Pearson. Those in favour?
Unanimous.
Unanimous. Thank you, everybody. 12:20. We're up to, yep. Thank you, Councillor Flannery, and a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Foreman. Those in favour?
Question.
Question.
I did raise at the last council meeting. The doors at the Galong Hall, have they been rectified yet?
We'll have to take that on notice. I don't believe the director knows that detail. I'm sorry.
Okay. I asked at the last meeting, I said the 3 doors were coming open, and could they be rectified? Surely someone knows whether any action occurred.
Unfortunately, Councillor, I don't believe any director has that information on hand. I'll personally take that on notice and get back to you at the December meeting.
Okay, thank you. I'll put it to vote. Those in favour? Those against? Councillor Flannery. Thank you. We'll move on to 12:21, 23-308, the action summary report. And there's a recommendation to note the status of the action plan. Do I have a mover?
I'll move it. I've got a question.
Thank you, Councillor Stadmiller, and seconder, Councillor Foreman. Councillor Stadmiller.
Kruger Medical Centre, I looked at it earlier today here. It said something along the lines that the general manager would do something about April, the 4th month of this year, but I'm not sure where it's up to with it. If you could provide an answer.
So, through that, at the time, there was, it was in relation to discussions that may ensue with the Kruger Trust, and there were some other matters that may have affected that discussion. So it was delayed, but I have had a site visit with the Director of Corporate and Community, a visual. There are many issues out there, and we have secured someone to do an assessment on what is required on both the medical centre and the hydrotherapy pool, more broadly, not the hydrotherapy pool itself, because that's an asset that needs a specialist review. But I've gathered them that information before I can progress what we need to do in that space. So it's progressing. It's like.
Just a question too. I noticed that council's providing gardening services to the Kruger Medical Centre. Shouldn't that be part of their lease that they do that, and that'd be a cost saving for us of quite a few $1,000s?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I had to take that on notice on what services that we are doing there and why we're doing it. Yep, I'll take that on notice. Thank you.
Question.
Councillor Flannery.
For the Director. I'm intrigued that Council's providing gardening services at the Kruger Medical Centre, because I'm concerned about the verges along Burley Griffin Way that abut the old tennis courts and the Senior Citizens Club, as well as Newson Park. It doesn't seem to have been watered for a good while. Is our watering system not working? Are we on rationing for water? I don't think I've seen Newson Park look worse in my lifetime. And the gardens on down Neil Street, we've got suckers growing. There is a budget line item for tree replacement and management in Neil Street. And the director advised of why Newson Park isn't being watered.
The director, the question is in relation to, I suppose, upkeep of Newson Park, no, it's a more broad question in relation. I think it's rolled on from the question in relation to the gardening. But,
correct.
It's an operational type question. We answer it or we take it on notice.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'm aware that we have been doing the gardens there, and I'm not aware that there's any problem with the watering. We have had some really hot days, and perhaps I'll have to look at the frequency of the watering, but as far as I'm aware, there's not a problem with the watering system. I'll take it on notice and have a look at it.
And we'll come back as part of the action summary in December.
Question, Madam Mayor.
Yes.
In relation to item 23-218 on page 496, Bridbury Village Water Supplies, the report that we were going to get back, when will we get the report? Do we have the legal advice in regards to that we've sought? And has there been any movement?
Through you, Madam Mayor, we have appointed the consultant to do the work. I know that on Monday, the consultant went to all the villages with our manager, water, sewer and waste, and they went through all the villages as a site visit for that report. We have also put in a request for legal advice, and we are waiting on the outcome of that. So there is progress on that line item.
When did we put the report in for legal advice? This was referred on from August. It's now November, sorry. Lost track of the time there. 3 months on and we still haven't got legal advice. This is surely they're not like valuers. We should be able to get them a little bit.
Through Madam Mayor, I'll follow up on that.
Can we please get a report for the next meeting about this matter? Because Bridbury's not the third world. I've said it before, I'll say it again. We're heading into a huge drought. These people deserve what they've put in for themselves, and I think that we need to step up to the plate with it.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'll update the action plan.
Thank you. If there are no more questions, I'll put it to the floor. Those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you, everybody. Anybody need a 5-minute break or anything? Everybody okay? Righto, let's move on. Questions with notice. 13.1, 23-309, request for information. Do I have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Ingram. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Flannery. Councillor Ingram.
No recommendation, so I don't know what that was all about, but anyway. Thank you. There are a number of questions. The first one was in relation to the works undertaken on MURRINGO Road and Race Creek Road, the heavy patching. It was about the costs. MURRINGO Road came back in at $284,000, as we can see there. There was $400,000 allocated for that road. Race Creek Road, and at the time I couldn't work out why the allocation would be $150,000 when I knew just the short distance of the work. But anyway, $43,420, and the allocation was $150,000. So in those two little sections of road out there, round figures, we've got $223,000 left. A couple of questions about that. Where would that $223,000 be? I hope it's not all spent because there's more repair work have to be done where it comes onto the main highway. It's broken up the last few days. But back to the point. There's $223,000 that we haven't spent that was allocated to those roads. Where is that money? That money was allocated for those sections of road. I would like to think that it's sitting there in an account saying, okay, if we happen to get to another road and we run a bit short, maybe we can go back to councils and say, can we reallocate some of that funding there? Or otherwise it needs to be spent where it was allocated.
Madam Mayor, as can be seen by the paper, that is the expenses as at the 15th of November. We do have a lag with invoices coming in from material as well as labour costs, etc., because of our pay cycle. We wait until we've finalised all the transactions and we close off those sections, and then if there's any money not expended, it will come back to council for allocation.
Thank you. I would have thought that given how long ago that work's been done, that the final cost would be in, but we'll just keep an eye on that. Thank you. Because I'll be very interested in part of our new campaign to be transparent and up to date with our fiscal management. We can track where the money's been allocated and where it's been spent so that we can report back to our community. So thank you for that. The gravel reshooting is a bit of a problem. In that, I appreciate what you reported there from 1st of July to the 30th of September and the individual costs and breakdown, very good. The only trouble is it's in direct conflict with what you reported to us in July and August, sorry. And the date from 14th to 9th to 11th to 10th, there was nil reported because you've changed how you report. But the roads, some of the roads you've got in this, they haven't been reported as being done. And then there's roads you need been done, haven't been reported to us. These roads you've mentioned there are all located in the former LDA of Young. Where's the report on Flackney Creek Road and Kenny's Creek Road that were done and reported? Where's mention of the road that I wasn't sure where it was, Illawong Road, and was told in council that came out of Harden's allocation because it didn't Harden? But in the answer to the question on notice, it's not there anywhere. This tells me that there was 8.5 kilometres done, all in the former Young LGA. The reports you've been providing to me told me there was 5.1k done in the former Young area, 8 kilometres in the former BOOROWA LGA, and 3.4 in the former Harden. And when you look at the expenditure in the QBR for Harden, it's $722, so that 3.4k was done really cheap. I have, again, and I hate having to go over this, have we been fed misinformation? Mistakes happen, I know. How can you report in the July and August, September business papers on gravel reshooting, then follow it up with a report like this that's so inconsistent and doesn't marry up at all? Is there, can you explain to me where the works in the former BOOROWA and former Harden area were financed and why they're not in this report? That answer my question on notice, please.
Madam Mayor, the information that has been presented in the questions on notice is what I have received from the work orders that were generated in that period of time for gravel resheeting. I would have to go back and have a look at the other two.
General Manager, I call to your attention that I would ask staff or yourself to go back and revisit business papers for this financial year and what was reported to councillors, compare it to what's been reported to us tonight, and take it on notice, do whatever you like with it. This needs to be explained in a manner that is acceptable to councillors. This has just got totally, I'm sorry, out of control.
Could the Director please advise, you said they came from work orders. What was the origin of the work orders? Was it the paperwork the staff put in, or was it Technology One, or was it?
Every job gets a work order, and the work order is where all the costs are costed to, which is labour, material, and machinery.
Yes,
plant.
I asked what the origin was. Is it
Tech One?
So perhaps the finance director should be answering the question about the differentials.
You mean between the 186 and 153 that's reported? Or?
Well, the 186 is works that are still ongoing. So what I've put into that paper, the 153, 106, is works that have been completed and the final costs have come in. The 186 is ongoing work. So there's $33,523.09 that is works that are still ongoing. And that's why I haven't put it in the question on notice.
I understand that, but they're reported in the QBR for the same time period. It just doesn't, I'm sorry, it doesn't mesh. But thank you for your answer. I'll move on if no one else has got any other question at that point.
No, sorry to interject, but given we have been told that technology one is getting there, and we've got discrepancies in business papers between the amount of roadage length. I mean, it's not a case of where someone's been working in the sewer fund and then the funding was allocated to the water fund. There's differentials in length and differentials. We need to know why there are differentials because we're being told that technology one is working. But someone must know why there's a discrepancy or why they obviously don't know, but we are clearly getting different answers. So what?
Through you, Madam Mayor, sorry to interject, Councillor, I believe that a reconciliation will have to be done across all of the reports and across the months as intimated by Councillor Ingram to fully disclose what has been done, what has been spent against the information here. Obviously, this information has been sourced in good faith at times. However, a reconciliation process must be done.
Thank you for that, Mr. General Manager, and I appreciate what's being done. Unfortunately, we can't undo. I think I said at the last council meeting, let's get it right from here on home. Let's not continue the same bad ways. Thank you. The next questions I had were provided to me by a member of the MURRUMBURRAH community who contacted me. Another post to put up in regards to the project over there. So I provided these questions, councillors, to staff, as was sent to me by that member of the community over there. And I also provided some photos that the community member also provided to me and gave to staff. So I'm happy if staff want to talk on those answers to those questions, and if Councillor Stadman or Councillor Flannery, who are more closely involved with that project, have any concerns about it, they may ask those questions, and I would ask that the member of their community over there are made aware that these answers are in the business paper. So over to you, councillors. Thank you.
Look, I did raise at the time, and I think, can't remember whether I voted for or against it, but I raised my concerns when the final vote was that we accept the contractor, who's at the time it was in a confidential report. It was Delaney Civil won the job, and I said that I wanted to know what was going to be in and what was going to be out, and we were told that it would be basically negotiated. It was I think the motion was that the general manager negotiate that we reject all tenders, and the general manager be given authority to. Now I can actually read it here. Delegate authority to the general manager to execute all necessary documentation associated with the awarding of this contract and expend funds as required within the council budget. I guess my concerns at the time have come to fruition in that we weren't told what was going to be done or what wasn't going to be done. We had a project that the community had a lot of feedback on and were quite excited about, and now we quite literally get half a project. I did say at the time even, and I will state it, the Mayor spoke, I said we needed to keep some of the play equipment because it was actually in very good condition and it shouldn't be thrown away. And we were told, no, a new project needed good new equipment. Now we have got I wouldn't talk to the quality as being substandard, but substandard in terms of what they had previously. I share the community members' concerns. Whilst it's looking brand new, footpaths that go nowhere, projects that are half done because we had no urgency. I mean, 5 years in the making this project was, and now we've got a project that isn't delivering on what the community were promised. That's all I can say.
I'd just like to make a comment on that. I too have received a number of messages, and I've also been over there a few times to talk with people. Yes, there are voices on both sides, but on my side, more people I have been talking to have seen the progress of it and see how it will make a positive contribution, and it's looking great, to inverted commas, a comment that was made. I can't recall the dates, but I know in the last council at certain times we had to make cutbacks to meet the budget at a very difficult time. And also I understand that there was a lot of creek work that had to be involved as well.
Yeah.
And I know that took up a lot of it, and that is really important work. The fish ladders, well, that was a grant and that was required. But the amount of work that is done in the creek, which I see as long-term and as being invaluable. But
I'm through you, Madam Mayor, just to the whole project has been delayed, and what you see before you is what was agreed to in the council meeting in the confidential paper. The scope was quite clearly articulated at that point in time. We did negotiate with the contractor, and we were able to maintain the scope as per what we recommended at the time to councillors, and that is what has been delivered. The creek work was more extensive than was obviously anticipated at the time of this project being done, because there was such significant erosion on the banks, and we had to do more extensive work that did not impact the budget. We were able to maintain the budget that we had brought to council and deliver the works that is. The works that are there, and the question on notice provides that feedback, is it is as part of the master plan. A master plan is always, this is what we think we want to do. And at the time of the council meeting, the beach area, the decision was at the time not to continue with the sand on the beach, because that would have just washed away. And that was evidence in the last 2 years that would have just been down the stream anyway. We have had to work very closely with the fisheries in terms of those fish ladders. We didn't have enough budget for all cost in, and fisheries actually didn't want it with the more detailed design. They have given us what they wanted in those fish ladders. We were able to do all 3 fish ladders and the 3 ponds behind those as per the master plan. All the work for the use area and for underneath the bridge, and those workways were de-scoped because of the cost, because of the extent of the time that has elapsed. That was prior to, obviously, my involvement in the project. So we've tried to manage to deliver as much as we possibly can with this project, with the time that has happened, and it is being delivered right now.
I do acknowledge the Director's comments, and I acknowledge that this is a legacy issue, and it's definitely a legacy issue because it started in 2018. And I acknowledge the work the Director has done in trying to pull this together. But nonetheless, it started in 2018. It has sat there and sat there and sat there. And now, and because this went through in confidential, the community don't get to see, because we were awarding a tender, they don't get to see the details that it had to be, to the extent to which it had to be de-scoped. And it goes to the heart why I didn't support the SRV, because we need to fix up these embedded issues in our organisation. And whilst it is being delivered and it is good that we're getting there, it is very disappointing that we haven't been able to achieve what we would have achieved if it had run to the intended timeline.
Question for the Director, if I may. How many fish ladders do we have?
We have 3 fish ladders through you, Madam Mayor. The first is a cast in situ, and the other 2 are natural rock.
Okay. Do you mean natural rock as in the rectangular shaped ones?
That's sandstone, yes.
Okay. I was down there the day of the show. I grew up 200 metres from this creek. Played there probably from 6 years of age to my teenage years. The water's actually stopped flowing down the concrete fish ladder, so the fish are going to have to learn how to do a triple jump to get up if the fish actually existed, because there aren't any fish native, in the creek. I know we had to deal with fisheries and put a fish ladder in there for the imaginary fish. But this whole project, starting with the causeway, which just withstood one of the largest floods in the last 35 or 40 years that I've been alive, because water was flowing down Irish Street, and we've removed it with something that's not yet summer and is leaking, and the water level has dropped below the fish ladders, so it's now no longer flowing. It's also full of algae. There's some sort of surface crust on one of the ponds. The next flood that does come through, unless we get some grass growing there quickly, which I don't believe has been seeded, is going to wash it away. Luckily, we're going into a drought for that matter, and we probably won't get a flood, but we might get a freak storm. I have to back Councillor Flannery up there. The play equipment is utterly and completely inadequate. It's embarrassing. What was there was aged, but was good. And it's another sign of what happens when you don't listen to the people and you just rip things out and toss them away when they're in perfect condition. They could have just been added to the new stuff that came in the shipping container. To think we spent $300,000 on that play equipment, and to look at the parks they have at Boorowa and Gundagai and Young. I shudder to think, I won't be taking my children down there. There's nothing to play on. But I'm just so disappointed with the way that whole area has turned out as a fun place for children to grow up. It's really upsetting. It really is. I don't know what to say. I'd like to know when it's going to be finished. Hopefully sometime soon, but I certainly won't be there to cut a ribbon on it. I don't expect any other councillors will show their face to do it either. The community's disgusted, and I've got to disagree with the mayor on that. You're not on Facebook looking at the posts that people are doing, and they're taking photos and laughing and joking about how bad it is, and I'm having to get in there and comment, and I feel like an idiot. So anyway, look like an idiot as well.
Now we're up to motion. Okay, thank you.
All those in favour?
I beg your pardon?
Madam Mayor, could you note that a councillor has left the meeting?
Yes, I did. I did. We did.
Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. We've now moved out of confidential. Whilst in confidential, it was resolved 15.223/312 commencement of section 713 sale of land for unpaid rates and charges. Council resolved that pursuant to section 713 and other relevant sections of the Local Government Act, authorise the sales presenting to sell the properties listed in this report at a public auction at a date and place to be determined. B, appoint outstanding collections Australia Proprietary Limited to administer the sale on council's behalf. C, authorises council staff and outstanding collections Australia to proceed with the necessary arrangement pertaining to the sale of the properties listed in this report as set out in the Local Government Act 1993 and Local Government General Regulation 2005. D, that council delegates authority to the general manager to take the following actions pertaining to the property specified in the report. 1, to withdraw from sale any property that prior to the commencement of the auction has had all rates and charges, including expenses of council incurred in connection with the sale, paid in full. 2, to withdraw any property from sale for technical or legal reasons. 3, to set a reserve price for sales of the properties at auctions. 4, to negotiate private treating and accept offers for sale of any property that fails to sell at auction. 5, to execute the sale and purchase contracts and property transfer documents under council's common seal or by their general manager. Report 15-3-23/313 request for information. The information was tabled. 15.5 question on a notice that the matter was deferred in relation to item 12.423/2682324 fees and charges. Corrections from the 25th of October 23 ordinary council meeting. Deferred and report be brought back to council. 15.6-23/316. Hilltops Council Land and Buildings. The report was tabled. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, General Manager. There being no further.
Mayor, just before you close.
Yes.
Question.
Councillor Ingram.
Just in your role as the Mayor and Leader of our council, I'm just wondering where you're up to with the General Manager's performance review, which is months and months overdue. I can clearly remember yourself and Councillor Tuckman firing bullets at a previous mayor, so here I am returning fire. It is your role, Mayor Rolls.
Yes.
Fulfill it.
Thank you, Councillor Ingram.
Not a problem.
And we have been in discussion, haven't we?
It's months overdue, Madam Mayor.
We understand.
I don't.
Thank you, Councillor. Mr. General Manager.
You're asked you, Madam Mayor. It's your
yes,
role.
I realise that. It is my role. And in turn, we have been discussing, haven't we, Mr. General
Madam
Manager?
Mayor, I've been requested by the Mayor to present it. I've been unable to complete it with the competing issues. I believe it's been incumbent upon me to deliver the reports that we have reported in relation to the issues that I have brought, such as the special rate variation. It is on me. I have not prepared the necessary documentation for the Mayor.
I would suggest it would need to be made a priority. Thank you.
Thank you. And we're well aware.
Can I ask the exclusion of all staff, please? I have a question to ask in that regard, and I'd like all staff excluded before I ask the question, please.
All right. Thank you.
Do we need to go into confidential? Because if it's about my performance, we need to go into confidential.
It'll relate to the contract.
Okay, so you will
move that we go into
confidential, and I will need to leave.
I will need to. Well, I'll move that way then.
Move, Councillor Armstrong.
All right.
I'll second that.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Ingram.
Thank
All those in favour?
Ron, we're just.
Won't take long, councillors.
All right. I will close the meeting at. Here we go. At about 9:28, and the next meeting will be on Wednesday, the 13th of December at 4:30 p.m. Thank you, councillors.